Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more live coverage of the conflict in the Middle East. We also will probably have some hurricane updates as well. But we are going to be focusing on the Middle East. But again, I will jump in with Hurricane Milton updates as need be. It is still October 7th, Israel time, Israel date. They have been marking the 1-year anniversary of the Hamas October 7th attack today. A Israel response to Iran is certainly expected at some point soon, but no one is sure when. Well, maybe the government of Israel knows, but no one else is sure when. So we want to bring you live coverage today with updates. Take your comments and questions on the air. You can write to me on X, @Lookner on X. By the way, a quick thanks to Portal Miner, our new member. And I think it was Lars Bori, our new member. And also shout out to our moderators. We have Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Thank you, Ruth. And we have Linda Belk and Larry who moderate for us on X. Also, Idaho Star, McBritch's Papa Bear, and Surly Dev on Twitch. Thanks for moderating there. Thanks also, Timido, for your support on Twitch. I appreciate that, Timido. And I want to thank our moderators as well on Facebook. Raven Lynn is moderating there. Thank you, Raven. Kay Lowry Body, thank you, Kay. It is almost 8 o'clock there. Camera moving around a bit. I will get you caught up on some updates too. There are some unconfirmed reports floating around, unconfirmed that Hamas leader is Yahya Sinwar is alive. But it's unclear. Barak Ravid says an Israeli official said Israel received information that Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar resumed contact with the group's representatives in Qatar in recent days and conveyed messages to them. The official said it's not clear when exactly Sinwar sent the messages, but he emphasized it doesn't seem that Sinwar had changed or softened his positions regarding the Gaza hostage and ceasefire deal. So, maybe he's alive. I mean, he hadn't been heard from in, I guess, weeks. He is believed to be hiding in Gaza from Israel. So maybe he is alive. I mean, the Israeli government, I believe, well, reports have said Israel has no positive information that he's dead other than that nobody had heard from him in a while. So now there's reporting that he has been heard from, which would suggest he's alive. But that's unconfirmed. Was Nasrallah's successor killed? That's still not clear. We still don't not know if the likely successor of Nasrallah was killed in an airstrike last week. Not clear. There's the airport there. Manny Fabian reports that the IDF has imposed a new military zone on the Lebanon border. This follows. This is the fourth closed military zone imposed on the border since the IDF launched its ground operations in Lebanon last week. That's an area where they say no one is allowed to go. It's a closed military zone. So I assume that means more fighting on the border. When I get a border camera available, I will put it up on the screen. I don't have a border camera right now. It looks like that new closed military area that Manny Fabian mentioned, that goes all the way to the water. That's in northwest Israel. Goes all the way to the water. So there's a bunch of that northern Israeli Lebanon border that is now a closed military area. Those communities would have been evacuated anyway, I believe, although some people might have been living there. Maybe people still living there are getting kicked out now, but no one else is allowed there except the military. I wonder if we're going to start hearing, when I've been showing the camera I have, which is I have a camera sometimes in Nahariya. So if you look at a map here, Nahariya is right here. But normally I haven't been hearing booms on the camera. I wonder if the Nahariya camera now, you're going to start hearing like artillery and sounds of fighting, because they've closed a bunch of this area up here as a closed military zone. So again, when I get that camera, I'll certainly I'll put it up. But I don't have it right now. Hold on a second. Some of the home front guidance changed. Looks like there may have been a slight lessening of some of the home front guidelines, maybe. Oh, you know what? I didn't see this before. One of our viewers just mentioned this. So here's an announcement from the IDF. An urgent warning to those relaxing on the seashore and anyone using boats for fishing or any other use from the Awali River line to the south. That's like it's like 18 miles of coastline. Hezbollah forces the IDF to act against it, as the IDF will soon work in the maritime areas against Hezbollah's terrorist activities. For your safety, refrain from being at the sea or on the beach from now until further notice. Being on the beach and boat movements in the area of the Awali River line to the south pose a threat to your life. Actually, it might be further than... What's the river? Am I getting the two rivers confused? There's the Awali River, and what's the other river? I'm going to pull it up. I can get it right now. Here, I can find... Oops, sorry. Might even be the north of the two rivers. Might be further. Litani River? Yeah, I think it's actually north of... I think it's more than 18 miles, because I think it's the second river I'm thinking of. Right. So right here... Yeah, the Awali River, I think, is up here. This is a map from the Institute for the Study of War. The Litani River is here. That's about 18 miles north of the border. The Awali is further. It's like 30-something miles. So, I mean, for the very roughly speaking, it looks like for the 30 miles of southern Lebanese coast, you can't be there. You can't be on the beach. You can't be in a boat. You're not supposed to be there. Sidon is, where is the river here? Can I find it here? No, I don't know if I can find it. Awali River. Where does it flow? I have to follow. Here's the river. Here's the river. Here's the river. River. Awali River. There it is. There's the river. There it is. 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 I think it's still there. Awali River. There. Uh-oh. I have to switch. I have to switch the audio. Hold on a second. So the Awali River is north of Sidon. So basically everything from Sidon down on the coast, that whole coast from Sidon down here, you can't, if you're a civilian, you should not be on this coast. You could be a target. Hang on one moment. Let me just real quick fix something here. Oh, that's, sorry, that's, let me get something. Let me switch that off. There's a Tire Lebanon camera. I just need to switch the cameras a little bit. Some of the cameras I would normally have, I don't have at the moment because some of the feeds are showing like this programming, this anniversary programming going on in Israel. So when those end, then they'll probably switch to the footage of the live footage of the different places. That's quite an announcement about the coastline, though. Hang on, let me just, I'm pulling up this other feed, if you give me a moment. That's Tyre, Lebanon. Well, I should switch the two feeds. That's what I need to do. The audio on this is horrible. I'm going to switch the two feeds, I think. That's Tyre, Lebanon. So what I need to do is, give me a moment. Oh, there's a State Department briefing coming up soon. State Department briefing coming up from for U.S. State Department briefing. All right, hold on. All right, so that's going to go here, and that's going to be Beirut. That is Beirut, by the way. All right, that's Beirut. And then I want to do AFP. What is going on here? Oh, sorry. Give me a moment. There is a reason I'm doing everything here. Hold on, guys. I'm just fixing all of this. We want to do this. Get this. Thank you. Why is that switching now? They just switched that? Oh, there was just a big explosion. Was that an explosion? On the Tyre cam. That's on the Tyre. That's Tyre, Lebanon. Guys, that's Tyre, Lebanon right now you're looking at. That's not Beirut, that's Tyre. We just saw an airstrike on the Tyre, Lebanon stream. I know it was confusing because I was trying to fix everything, but we just saw it. There's not a lot of audio from that stream right now, but we just saw the strike. All right, so we just saw an airstrike in Tyre, Lebanon. Now let me get on the screen the Beirut shot too. Right, that's going to go up here. That's going to be Beirut. So put that there. And then I also want to get on the screen. Yeah, I just caught that. With just a big, it's hard to see now, but there was a big explosion. Tyre is right on the coast, guys. You know, Israel said it's gonna conduct actions on the coast. That didn't look like it was right on the coast. That looked like it was up in the hills. But Tyre, there's a beach in Tyre. Why is there no audio on the other one? Let me just do a quick check here and see if the audio isn't working on the Beirut shot. Hold on. One moment. Yeah, I'm gonna ask about it. Looks like the Beirut shot, the audio isn't working very well. So let me put the Tyre audio back on. And let me put up the let me get the State Department briefing ready to go for you. Give me a moment here.
Thank you.
That's the State Department briefing up there. Sorry, a quick thank you to to Doug Ross and My Life Unscripted. My Life Unscripted give a bunch of people memberships. Thank you for that. Very generous of you. Thank you, Doug Ross. Thank you, Camille, for being a new member. Thank you, Pale Rider from Michigan Shores, Pale Rider 747. Thank you, Ruben, for your support. Thank you, Extra Mile 150. Thank you, Debbie James, for the gift memberships. Thanks to our new members, Y. Mannon and Mark Cosgrove. Thank you, Jeremy, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Get the Let Out 16, for being a new member, and Portal Miner for being a new member. Thanks also to all of our moderators. Really appreciate it. So we have a State Department briefing coming up. We have, again, Israel announced just about an hour ago, Israel said, if you are on the coast, if roughly speaking about 30 miles or so north of the border, about 35 miles, for the southern 35 miles of Lebanese coastline, Israel said that you should not be at the beach or on the water. You should not be on the beach. You should not be in a boat. If you are, it's a threat to your life. Because Israel says they are going to go after Hezbollah activities on the coastline. So the entire, lower 35 miles of coast, they literally say, don't be at the beach, don't be on the water, or you could get killed. One of our viewers said amphibious assault. That's interesting. Might they launch some kind of ground operation coming in from the coast? That's an interesting idea. I don't know. It's an interesting idea. But it's basically all the way from Sidon south. That covers Tyre, Lebanon, which we can see a video of. But that's it's a big warning. It's an interesting idea. One of our viewers said possibly landing ground troops. We'll have to see what happens. Thank you to Charlie Chivington, our new member, Mitch Reimers, our new member, and A-Rod. A-Rod thinks it's crazy how many munitions have been stored in the greater Beirut area. Oh, hold on. Here's the spokesperson starting.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thanks, Tori
Today
Greener
marks the
Egan as well.
Anniversary of the October 7th, 2023 attacks against Israel, where 1,200 men, women, and children, including 46 Americans and citizens of more than 30 countries, were slaughtered by Hamas. October 7th, 2023 was, of course, also the day when Hamas took 254 people hostage, including 12 Americans. An estimated 101 of those hostages still remain in Gaza, including 7 Americans: Itay Chen, Judith Weinstein, Gad Hagay, Eden Alexander, Keith Siegel, Sagi Dekel Chen, and Omar Nutra. Hamas should release every one of these hostages immediately, and the United States will not rest until they are returned to their families. Hamas's attacks on October 7th launched a war that continues today, with tragic consequences for the Palestinian people. As the Secretary said in his statement this morning, the United States mourns the death of every innocent who died on October 7th and in the year since. And we are determined to continue to work for a ceasefire agreement that brings the hostages home, alleviates the suffering of the Israeli and Palestinian people, and ultimately brings an end to this war. In a speech just days before his son Hirsch Goldberg Poland was murdered by Hamas, his father Jonathan Poland said, "There is a surplus of agony on all sides of the tragic conflict in the Middle East. In a competition of pain, there are no winners. It is far time to end this conflict and to begin the work for a common future for Israelis and Palestinians with equal measures of security, dignity, opportunity, and freedom." With that, Matt.
Okay, before we get back into Gaza, which I'm sure we will, can I just get you, do you have an update on the flights out of Lebanon for Americans?
I do. So the flights that we launched last week, the U.S. organized flights, continued over the weekend. There was another flight that left today from Beirut to Istanbul. That flight had approximately 150 passengers on it, American citizens, legal permanent residents, and their family members. That brings to a total of 900, approximately 900 American citizens, legal permanent residents, and their family members who have left on U.S. organized flights since we launched them last week. In addition, as we said, we have been able to block seats on commercial flights that are leaving. That has continued over the weekend as well. We have now blocked 868 total seats on commercial flights. We don't know exactly how many of those have been filled because we don't get an exact number, but we know that a significant proportion of those 868 seats have been filled. So in addition to the 900 Americans that have left and their family members that have left on the U.S. organized flights, we know there have been hundreds more that have left on these commercial flights where we've been able to block seats. And of course, there are other Americans who leave on commercial flights where they make the arrangements on their own, not through seats.
Right,
that
and then
we provide.
just to put a fine point and make sure I'm the commercial flights you're talking about are
Middle East, yes,
airlines.
correct.
Okay, and in terms of the U.S. contracted flights, been my understanding, and you guys have been putting this out every day, that these flights have a capacity of 300 people.
Yeah.
And there have been how many? 8?
There have been around 900 people. Eight flights. Yeah, eight flights. 8 flights. So 8 flights, capacity of 300 on each for a total of 2,400 available seats on the U.S. organized flights. So far, we have had 900 people fill those seats, and we continue to stay in contact with Americans.
That's far less than half. So, and you've also said that like about 6,000 people have asked for information, not necessarily, saying that they're going to leave or they want help in leaving. But can you explain why it is that, or do you have any idea why it is that 1,500 people who could have left, or there were seats who had not?
So first, let me update the 6,000 number. We have now been in contact with approximately 8,500 people inside Lebanon who have asked for more information. But as we always make clear, and as I know you did in the question, that does not mean that all of them intend to leave. A lot of people are making daily assessments about their situation, and they reach out to us for information. They want to know if they can join a flight, even if they haven't yet decided to join a flight and to leave Lebanon. So look, I think that is ultimately the reason why some of these seats remain unfilled, is because you do have people who are making what are very tough decisions to leave. You have people, in many cases, who have lived in Lebanon for a long time, who have family members, not just immediate family members, but extended family members who they don't want to leave. And so they decide, I'm not going to leave today, maybe I'll leave tomorrow, maybe I won't leave at all. And it is up to them, of course, to make those decisions. We advise them to leave, and we've been making these seats available, and we'll continue to make them available as long as there is demand and as long as the security situation demands it.
Okay, so the number who have left, and the 150 today, that you think constitutes, and I'm not saying it shouldn't, but I just want to make sure that constitutes demand to you. Even if it's 150 people today on a plane that carries 300 people, that's half full. So does that mean that you still think there is demand?
We do still think, yes, we do still think there is demand. And actually, there are probably other people who, for whatever reason, can't make it to the airport, but yes,
I just want to make sure that I understand.
We do believe there is still demand, and so we plan to continue organizing these flights.
Last one on this, and that I know you can't speak to the fares that Middle East Airlines charges, but is it still correct that the maximum fare on your contracted flights is $283?
It's $283. That's correct on the flights that we organize. And then I have seen these reports about what people are being charged to fly on Middle East Airways. I'll tell you, we have not always seen information that backs up some of those claims. And I will note that on the seats that we make available or that are made available to us, held in reserve for American citizens, the price for those seats on Middle East Airways has been far, far less than you see as the thousands, somewhere less than $400. So far, far less than the price that you've seen quoted sometimes for people. I suppose maybe they're looking to book separately from Middle East Airways. I can't speak to individual people's situations. Right. But when it comes to the seats that are made available to us, that we are making available to American citizens, legal permanent residents, and their family members on Middle East Airways, they're less than $400.
Okay, and sorry, I know I said that was the last one, but I got one more. It's just that there are 8 flights. All but one of them has gone to Istanbul. The other one went to Frankfurt.
I will have to check. They've been to Istanbul and Frankfurt. I know most of them have been to Istanbul. I don't remember if it's 7 and 1 or some other breakdown. Okay.
Sure. Yeah. No, it is indeed a somber day. I wanted to ask you on something that you said in your opening statement. This call, and you said it many times in the administration, this call saying it is far time to end this conflict today. Obviously, this conflict is not only ongoing, but it's escalating in every direction you look at. There are new operations in Gaza. There's, of course, bombing in Lebanon, and we're waiting for the response against Iran's attacks. So when you say it's far time to end this conflict, and obviously you have to be two sides, to agree to end the conflict, are you saying specifically to Israel, stop the bombing, stop its operations in Gaza, or do you still support those?
We do not. So we do not believe that a ceasefire where Israel unilaterally stops the war without an agreement with Hamas to stop attacking Israel, to release Israeli hostages, to release American hostages, to release the hostages of other countries is a just outcome. We want to see a ceasefire, but it needs to be a ceasefire that includes both parties to the conflict, not just one. Yeah.
A few things, Matt. Just a broad question to perhaps reflect a year on. It's the anniversary of October 7 Hamas attacks. It's also the anniversary of the start of Gaza war, which is, according to Palestinian health authorities, killed nearly 42,000 people. And everything we've lived through, I'm wondering, does the United States believe Israel is safer today than before the start of this? And given the United States has supported Israel throughout this, I'm just wondering if there is any reflection within the administration going back to the early days and sort of looking at the steps that you've taken. Is there anything that the administration would have done differently since then?
So let me answer the last one first. When it comes to any complicated situation, and this, of course, is one of the most complicated situations on the face of the earth, of course, we look back all the time and look at the decisions that we made, look at the outcomes, and think about how we can do things differently. That's true when it comes to this conflict. It's true when it comes to Ukraine. It's true when it comes to, dare say, every situation in the world. And I think that's normal for anyone facing difficult decisions to look back and do, because you always want to look at the decisions you made and see how you can learn from them and see how you can make the best possible decisions going forward. So that is, of course, we have done that and continue to do that. That's part of our ongoing work to try and make sure we do make the best possible decisions to advance the national security interests of the United States.
Hey guys, people saw a flash. Where did you see a flash? Oh, no. I just saw a flash on the bottom. I was messing with the brightness. Guys, on the tire picture. So I think I just saw a flash on the bottom left. But to be clear, I was messing with the brightness of the tire picture. So you might have seen the whole back light up, but that's because I was messing with the brightness. So where did people see a flash? See, let me show you here real quick what I was doing. I was doing this. See, that's me. This is me doing that. That's me. Because it's a little bit dark, the picture. So if you saw that, that's me.
I think that's a very difficult question to answer, and it goes to the point you have heard the Secretary make over and over.
But I did see a flash kind of bottom left a little while ago. Anyways, you can post a time code and I can go back and look. But when you see the when you see the the background light up, that's me. Okay.
The secretary throughout the region, where he's spoken to this and said, the ultimate resolution of these conflicts needs to be one that has a political path forward that answers the aspirations of the Palestinian people. It needs to be a path for governance in Gaza by someone other than Hamas, because as long as you see Hamas continue to govern Gaza, either by name or in a de facto sense, you will continue to see insecurity for Israel. And you just have to look at the events of the past few days, where Israel is again conducting military operations in northern Gaza, a part of Gaza where they initially stopped major military operations, I think, last January. And they're back in because Hamas still has control of large parts of Gaza City and northern Gaza, because there has not been a path forward that provides an answer to the security questions and provides an answer to the governance questions, and leaving, not let alone the reconstruction questions that very much need to be answered.
Right. So let me take that to Lebanon then. Are those questions at all answered or being answered, or are the answers being thought about right now because Israel is conducting an operation in Lebanon? And given that over the weekend, for example, it has targeted some densely populated Beirut suburbs, I'm wondering if the United States still sees this as a limited incursion.
We have seen the ground operations so far continue to be limited. We've seen limited incursions on the ground. That is not to offer any kind of forecast about what's going to happen. It's just an assessment of what we see on the ground right now. I would just say, with respect to the two situations, though, they are different. Lebanon is a sovereign state. Gaza is not, right? Gaza is was ruled by a terrorist organization. Lebanon is ruled by a government, an imperfect government in many ways, because Hezbollah has a veto on many of the functionings of the state, and the state does not have a monopoly on security. Hezbollah has maintained arms and the ability to thwart state security for many years. So it is a different comparison. So I just note that as a bit of a qualification.
Just on the limited incursion, though, what is the parameter for U.S. for this to be considered anything beyond limited incursion? What needs to happen?
I don't want to forecast what's going to happen, which I think I'd have to do to get into that. What I can tell you is we're watching this very closely. We support their ability to target militants, to degrade Hezbollah's infrastructure, to degrade Hezbollah's capability. But we are very cognizant of the many times in the past where Israel has gone in on what looked like limited operations and has stayed for months or for years. And ultimately, that's not the outcome that we want to see. The outcome that we want to see is the full implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 1701, which would mean Hezbollah forces push back from the border, UNIFIL and the Lebanese armed forces coming in, and those security forces, not Israeli security forces, but the IDF, the LAF and UNIFIL taking the place of security forces in southern Lebanon and providing that buffer zone so Israelis in the north of Israel can return to their homes and Lebanese in the south of Lebanon can return to their homes.
But are there any active conversations about this? Because, I mean, at the moment, it does appear that the United States is greenlighting what Israel is doing in Lebanon so far. But do you have, and you just talked about how there was no post-war Gaza plan, there was no political pathway, and that left us where we are a year on in Gaza. But you don't seem to have anything concrete for what comes after Israel's Lebanon operation either. So isn't that a point of concern for the United States, that this risks being an open-ended
so
thing as well?
So I would just reject the first sentence or two sentences of the question. There are very serious ongoing conversations about this with our partners in the region, with the government of Israel, with partners outside the region, about what the path forward ought to look like. Just because we don't make the details of those conversations public, which we are not at this point, doesn't mean that we are not actively engaged in them. As you know, the Secretary talked to a number of his foreign counterparts over the weekend, the French foreign minister, the Qatari foreign minister, the foreign minister of Saudi Arabia. He talked to the foreign minister of Egypt earlier today. We are very much engaged in those conversations.
Final thing for me. president has said he doesn't want Israel to hit Iran nuclear sites and also like the oil facilities. But I'm just wondering if Israelis actually have given you any assurances that they won't do that.
Now, I'm not going to get into those private diplomatic conversations. We continue to discuss with them what their response will look like, and I'll leave it at that.
Just to follow up on one bit of what you said to Humira, you said the ground incursions continue to be limited, I believe. So does the United States believe that the bombings in the Beirut area are included in that limited character trait that you guys
I don't have a characterization of them one way or the other. They have been conducting strikes. They've been conducting strikes targeting Hezbollah militants, and certainly there are more strikes happening this week than there were 3 weeks ago when they weren't operating. But it's in terms of a sweeping characterization of them, I don't have one.
And so long as the Israelis are going after Hezbollah targets in those Beirut strikes, the U.S. is supportive of them doing that.
We're supportive of them targeting Hezbollah, but of course we expect them to target Hezbollah in a way that complies with international humanitarian law and that minimizes civilian casualties.
And have they done that so far?
That's never the question I can answer with a sweeping conclusion here. As you know, it takes an assessment of individual strikes before we can reach any of those kinds of conclusions.
And we know that this department is carrying out that assessment when it comes to Israeli operations in Gaza. Are you also carrying out that assessment when it comes to Israeli operations in Lebanon targeting Hezbollah?
I don't have any announcements to make today. We're in the early stages of this conflict, but that is the type of assessment we regularly conduct all around the world.
Well, why can't you tell us if you're looking into it?
Because we are in the very early days of this conflict. There are a number of assessments, a number of incidents we are having to look at with respect to Gaza. We have, I think, as you know, a limited number of people available to perform those assessments, especially when you look at the number of incidents that have been reported in Gaza. So I can't give you a readout of what we're doing with respect to strikes in Lebanon, but we take that obligation incredibly seriously.
Okay.
Can I just follow up on
Sure.
that? I apologize. But, I mean, okay, you're doing these evaluations and come out whenever they come out. I mean, the president, during the Gaza said, the Israeli operations were over the top, for example. So specifically, the ones that are happening now in Lebanon, are they over the top?
I don't have a sweeping conclusion to offer you at this point. We're watching all of them closely. We make our judgments, both when you look at the totality of incidents, and I don't have an assessment to offer on that, and then there are different questions about about individual strikes that are the types of things that we regularly look at. Were you done?
Just one more question. You said in your opening remarks that the Biden administration continues to work towards a ceasefire. You gave, readouts, or actually you didn't give full readouts, but you noted the phone calls that the secretary has had in recent days that are driving towards that outcome. But from the perspective of us, it does seem like that effort is a little bit stalled right now, as you guys are waiting to watch what Israel does militarily. Would you reject that conclusion, or?
So the only thing I would reject about the way you phrase the question is our efforts are not stalled while we wait to see Israel's military operations. We continue to push for a ceasefire in Gaza, but you have to have the parties come to a table, and it remains the case, as has been the case for some time, that Hamas has been unwilling to engage in a meaningful way with the mediators, with Qatar and Egypt. And I will say that refusal by Hamas to engage in a meaningful way predates the start of Israeli operations in Lebanon. But if you just look at the things that Hamas has publicly said for some time, they have been hoping for a wider regional war. They have been hoping for a wider escalation of this conflict. They've wanted to see Hezbollah come into the conflict. They've wanted to see the other Iranian proxy groups come into the conflict. They've wanted to see Iran come into the conflict. So they will have to assess why it is they refuse to engage or they would have to speak to why it is they refuse to engage meaningfully on a ceasefire that would in every way alleviate the suffering of the Palestinian people. But I don't think it's any secret that they have long wanted to see Israel under attack from other directions as well as just from inside Gaza.
And is there any latest ceasefire proposal that you're waiting for Hamas to respond to right now?
No, that's not exactly. I'm pausing only because I went through some of this, but it's probably on a day that you weren't here. Where we've been, no, it's quite all right. So there was a ceasefire proposal that we put forward. There was then a bridging proposal that we put forward. The bridging proposal had a number of implementation agreements that were going to have to be worked out, and we had been engaged in a process where we were talking with the Israelis about what proposals we could put forward that would get them to yes, and the other mediators, Qatar and Egypt, had been talking about what proposals they could put forward to Hamas that would get Hamas to the yes. The idea being you look for the Venn diagram between those two parties that would get you an ultimate agreement.
Hey guys, I just want to give you a quick update here. So we're covering, their main coverage is on the situation in the Middle East, but I told you I would give you updates about the hurricane when I got them. So the National Hurricane Center is now reporting that Milton has 175 mile an hour winds. Again, 175 mile per hour winds right now with Hurricane Milton. So it is supposed to weaken a bit, supposedly before making landfall. And we'll talk about that a little more, but I do want to just let you know that this is happening. The current pressure is down to 911. The pressure is down to 911, which is just crazy. And in terms of where it is located, just so I can show you here, there is the location from the National Hurricane Center right here near Yucatan Peninsula. And as of right now, it's supposed to be close to the Florida coast around Wednesday evening. You can see it says 7 p.m. Wednesday here. So this is not making landfall today. It's going to be approaching the next couple days the west coast of Florida. But yeah, they'll have a new track update and major update at 5 p.m. So we'll keep you updated here, but this is really just a crazy. I see a lot of meteorologists using words like unprecedented for the speed and the degree to which this has intensified. So again, it's 175 miles an hour, Cat 5, pressure down to 911. I'll keep giving you more updates on this during the broadcast. I'm going to take you back to the Middle East stuff right now, but I will keep an eye out for more updates and give you more updates on this.
I think the secretary said that. I'm not so sure whether the president said that or not. But you don't want to see Gaza reoccupied. You don't want to see any part of Gaza reoccupied. Are you aware of these reports, and do you have a response to them?
We have seen these reports. Let me state first very clearly that no, we do not want to see Gaza occupied by Israel. We do not want to see the territory of Gaza shrunk in any way on a permanent basis. And when it comes to these reports, we are engaging with the government of Israel to find out exactly what it is they intend. But I will say, just generally speaking, we want to see people in Gaza be able to return to their neighborhoods, not being forced to leave their neighborhoods. Now, if there are Hamas militants operating underneath an apartment building, before Israel launches a strike on those militants, I think you would want to see the civilians evacuated. That would be something that would be a good thing for those civilians to see that they are out of harm's way. But it gets back to this broader point that I made, which is as long as you don't have a political path forward and you don't have a solution to the very real governance questions, you can kill Hamas fighters, but Hamas will continue to recruit other fighters and continue to put the Palestinian people in danger and continue to endanger Israeli security as well.
That will give Israel a cause for continuing this war. I mean, nobody expected a year ago that this war would be going on at this time, but it is. And it can conceivably go on for many more months, maybe even years, and so on. What is the end game? What are you, in your view, what is the end game of Israel?
We want to see a ceasefire that brings the hostages home, that alleviates the suffering of the Palestinian people, that allows humanitarian aid to surge into Gaza. We want to see an agreement on a political path forward that ensures that Palestinians can choose their own leaders and that Hamas does not continue to reign over Gaza.
Also seeing reports of new strikes. I'm seeing some reports of new strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Now, we haven't seen anything on our two cameras here. Both of these cameras, these Beirut cameras, in theory would show, unless they missed them, strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. So I did just see a couple reports of this happening, but I didn't see anything on the cameras. I didn't see people in the chat saying they saw things on the cameras. But let me see if I can find out more on that for you. But
by various estimates, somewhere around.
now I'm also seeing, I saw a couple explosions on the tire cam when we had it, the Tire Lebanon camera. The Lebanese National News Agency is saying that 1 dead and a number of wounded in an airstrike that targeted a building in Tyre an hour ago. I don't know if we saw the one an hour ago. I think we saw one more recent than that. But anyways, so there's a couple unconfirmed reports. You know, I got to say, though, I am looking... Yeah, 5 minutes ago, LBCI Lebanon News said a series of airstrikes on the southern suburbs. Again, I didn't see anything, and I'll turn the sound up maybe a bit on that camera. Again, our viewers, I don't believe, saw anything. So there may have been strikes there, but we didn't see anything on our cameras that I'm aware of. So anyways, I will keep an eye on those cameras and let you know if I hear more. Somebody said you saw it. There was a flash at 8:27:40. 8:27:40? Like 18 minutes ago? Not on these cameras?
Maybe they have to pay for
In response to a war that Hamas started, so maybe Hamas should pay to rebuild.
So I'll check and see if I can find it again. I didn't,
And it says that Secretary Blinken approved.
I'll have to look back and see if I see anything, but we'll keep an eye on the situation there. Let me turn the volume back up on the briefing. Oh, there was a flash. Yes, there was a flash at 8:27:40. I'll actually show you this right now, thanks to our viewer for mentioning it. So if we, that was the Tire camera. The flash was on the Tire camera. It was not on the Beirut camera. I saw that flash too. So that flash 18 minutes ago was on the Tire camera, not the Beirut camera. So I don't know. I don't know what those strikes were. I'm hearing reported like 5-10 minutes ago in the Beirut southern suburbs, but I'll keep an eye on it.
Some very limited circumstances. There have been a few reports here and there of Hamas commandeering convoys. In most cases, returned quickly to the humanitarian organizations. It has not been. There's not been any widespread evidence that we have seen of Hamas actually taking convoys and commandeering them, which is, I think, the scenario or the proposition of this scenario presumes. So the strikes that Israel has conducted on humanitarian convoys have been times when they have had failures in their deconfliction processes, where they have had intelligence failures, and when they've just made basic mistakes. And the thing that we have made clear about those is that those mistakes are unacceptable, and that humanitarian workers need to be protected, and humanitarian aid needs to be protected. So the idea that anyone in this department signed off on bombing humanitarian convoys is just absolutely ridiculous.
My final one, the president today issued a statement, and he talks about, the anniversary. He talks about, 1,200 Jews were killed, which is the highest number since the Holocaust and so on. But he did not mention the genocide that the Palestinians are subject to. He did not mention the fact that 42,000 people were killed. In fact, a group of American doctors are saying 119,000 have been killed. Is that negligence on his part, or is he not showing the kind of sensitivity that he ought to show?
So, Saeed, he didn't use
empathy.
He didn't use the terms that you use because we don't agree with those terms. But if you look at the president's statement, if you look at the statement from the vice president, if you look at the statement from the secretary, every one of them made clear that the consequences of this war for the Palestinian people have been catastrophic, and that's why we're ultimately working to end the war.
Thank you.
Eva.
Yes, Mark, the UNIFIL, the United Nations in Lebanon, put out a statement on Friday, I think. They said they are deeply concerned by recent activities by the IDF immediately operating from a close position around them. Did you see that statement?
We did see the statement.
Do you have any comment?
I don't. Obviously, we don't want to see UNIFIL forces put in danger in any way. UNIFIL forces play an important role in establishing security in Lebanon, and ultimately we want to see them able to do their job implementing UN Security Council Resolution 1701.
Do you still see what's happening in South Lebanon, a limited operation?
We do. I'm sorry, it was when you were out of my answer to this question earlier, yes. At the time, and that is an assessment made today, and we'll make our assessments on an ongoing basis, and if and when they change, we'll have a different assessment to offer.
Okay, you have confirmed several times that you are in contact with the Lebanese and you are working behind the scene. But the Prime Minister yesterday, he had an interview and he said not the U.S. officials reached out to them since he saw Amos Hochstein in New York before the assassination of Hezbollah Secretary General. Today even there was a statement by a bloc of opposition asking for the implementation of the resolution 1701, even 1559, and also some of them went far, not from the opposition. One of the Druze leader, Walid Jumblat, he asked to go back to the 1949 truce with Israel. But there's no U.S. engagement. It's like you are giving the Israeli time to finish the military operation. Why you are not engaging? And if you are engaging, who is engaging with them from this department or from the White House? What are you doing?
So we have had ongoing diplomatic engagements with Lebanese leaders. I can't give you the who and the time here, but we have had it going on for some time. And I should say, just as importantly, we have had a number of diplomatic contacts over the weekend, some of which I mentioned earlier, and going back all through last week with partners in the region who are engaged with the Lebanese government. But I should make very clear, the solution to the political crisis inside Lebanon is not one that can be or should be dictated by the United States. Those are decisions that Lebanon has to make. And look, we have made clear for some time we want to see the Lebanese parliament elect a new president. We want to see the Lebanese government break the deadlock that that Hezbollah has imposed on it. But these are not the kind of these are not the kind of solutions that the United States can come in from the outside and impose.
But the Iranian foreign minister visited there, and 2 days ago, in Lebanon, the situation, it is not a domestic situation. It's a regional situation.
Of course.
Yeah, so
of course, and we have been engaged both with Lebanese actors and with actors in the region, making clear the importance of the ultimate implementation of 1701, making clear the importance of Lebanon breaking the deadlock that has existed that has prevented them from electing a president. But at least with respect to that last one, that is a question that Lebanon has to work through. We can offer our support, we can offer assistance, but those are decisions for the Lebanese to make for themselves. Michelle.
Thank you. I have several questions too. You said earlier that we are in early days of this conflict. How long do you expect it to last?
I don't have any assessments to offer. Obviously, we ultimately want to see a diplomatic resolution.
Second, are you planning to keep asking the Israelis to keep the airport open?
We think it's very important that not only the airport be open, but that the roads to the airport be open so that American citizens who want to leave that can get out, but also citizens of other countries who want to leave, be able to leave, can get out. So yes, we want to see the airport stay open, and we want to see the roads to the airport be open.
And in your readout regarding the call between the Secretary and the Saudi Foreign Minister, you said that they discussed ongoing efforts to fund and support the Lebanese armed forces and the importance of international support for UNIFIL. Are there any specific steps that you are considering?
Nothing that I'm ready to announce today, but when I referred to ongoing diplomatic conversations in response to Hibba's question. That conversation with the Saudi foreign minister about a way forward is very much the type of engagements we've been engaged in the last.
And lastly, do you have any
10 days.
information regarding the IRGC Quds Force commander, Kaani?
I don't. I've seen the reports of his possible demise as well as reports that conflict that information. We don't have any independent information of our own to offer.
Thank you.
Alex, and then we'll go
To sum up your line of question with Humaira Said and others, going back to last year, both the President and Secretary advised Israel not to make a mistake of 9/11, so our response to 9/11. Is it your assessment that this is in fact what Israel has been doing for past year? Or?
Certainly they have made a number of mistakes along the way. There are a number of things that we think that they could have done differently and that they should have done differently, and we've offered advice to them at times, but ultimately they are a sovereign country that has to make its own decisions.
Thank you. On Iran and its proxies, you made clear last week that Iran had not notified you prior to its latest attack. Now it happens, there are reports that it did notify Russia prior to it. Any concern on your end in terms of involvement of Iran's friends, allies into this war in Russia, China, given their collaboration in other fronts in Ukraine?
So certainly we see the deepening ties between Iran and Russia as something that's incredibly destabilizing for the region. It's incredibly destabilizing for the world. And that applies to the Middle East. It applies to everywhere that Iran and Russia operate.
On that line, there are reports that Victor Bout, who was released last year as part of the hostage deal, is back in business and is apparently a part of potential arm deal with Houthis. Any reaction from the state?
Yeah, look, so as we made clear when that arrangement was announced, and as we've made clear at other times when we've made arrangements to bring American citizens home, these are always very difficult decisions with trade-offs involved. And we have to make the tough decisions to bring American citizens home. And what we have decided time and again is that we're willing to make those decisions because the safety and security of the American people is our first priority. And that's how we've gotten more than 50 wrongfully detained and other Americans return home over the course of this administration. It's because we are willing to make those choices. And I think when you look at the Americans that we have brought home versus the people in Russia's case that they have been able to get home, it says something about the type of individuals that our societies value. Now, when it comes to Victor Bout specifically, there are any number of actors that Russia has engaged over years, not just Victor Bout, but others, to engage in destabilizing behavior, including making arms available. There has been no shortage of people, both inside the government and outside the government in Russia, willing to fulfill that role. And what we do is monitor those very closely, take steps to counteract them, and ultimately take actions to hold Russia accountable.
I have two more in Ukraine and Georgia if you have time. Come back to them later.
So are you doing anything in this case?
I don't have anything to announce.
Do you even know if it's true?
So I don't have anything to announce today, but I'll tell you that we watch these things very closely, and you've seen us impose any number of sanctions on Russian individuals for engaging in this type of behavior.
Yeah, a lot of them, but you don't know if this specific report is true that he's now trying to do.
I don't have anything to. I don't have anything to.
Okay,
to speak to.
and then in response to Michelle's question, you said you want the airport in Beirut to stay open, and you want access to the airports. Does that mean that you have complained to the Israelis about this apparent bombing of the road, one of the roads to the airport?
We have made clear to them that we want to see those roads continue to be operational.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So did you say that, hey, you shouldn't have done that?
I'm not going to speak to that strike. But we have made clear to them, even just going back before that specific strike, we have made clear that we want to see those roads to the airport open so American citizens and others can get out.
And how effective do you think that was?
So we have seen 900.
I mean, I just saw pictures of the road in flames.
And we saw around 150 American citizens able to get to the airport today and able to leave.
But
and we have other flights that are planned. Look, it is an ongoing situation, but we want to see the roads open.
Last thing, and I'll stop. In response to, I think it was Hibba's question about UNIFIL. So what is it that you want UNIFIL to do? Nothing? Just stand there and watch?
So we want to ultimately see UNIFIL fulfill its security role. The question about what they do in the immediate days is a question for UNIFIL to make, not the United States. But we want to see them not be put in harm's way.
Sure, but they're a peacekeeping force.
Correct. They're a peacekeeping force there to push Hezbollah back from the border.
Peacekeeping forces don't go into places like
Yeah.
they don't go into resort communities and
Correct.
expect there to be nothing except for, beach and cocktails.
We don't
So
want to see them attacked by
Well,
Israel.
no,
We don't
I'm
want
sure
to see
you
them
don't.
return
But-
fire by Israel. We do not want to see
But if
any
they're
kind of
not
conflict.
but if they're not preventing anything from happening, I mean, I guess, do you want them to keep the peace, or do you want them just to sit there and watch?
Ultimately,
and
we
observe?
want to see their role as one that prevents Hezbollah from occupying the space in southern Lebanon that Hezbollah has continued to occupy for years, and from where they have launched attacks against Israel. That's what they were put in there to do.
Right.
And that's the role that we want to see them play. What's happening right now is Israel is conducting operations to push Hezbollah back.
Yeah.
We hope those operations are successful.
So
And if they, let me say,
UNIFIL
and
so
if
you
they
don't-
do
you-
push them back, we want UNIFIL and the LAF to,
So-
to
so you-
fill that security vacuum.
So you don't see UNIFIL as having any role in terms of Israelis going into Lebanon?
Their role is there to
going
keep
up to-
Hezbollah back. Now, for a variety of reasons, UNIFIL and the LAF have not been able.
Peacekeeping involves, you're keeping the peace not
I'm
between
aware,
one side.
but for a variety of reasons, UNIFIL and LAF have not been able to prevent Hezbollah from sitting in those areas just over the border from Israel and launching rocket strikes and other attacks against Israel. So Israel is taking steps.
Okay, but
At the
see-
end of that, we want to see UNIFIL play
But
that
see,
role.
this isn't an anti-Israel question, and I'm not suggesting that UNIFIL should be taking action against Israel, but they haven't been able to do it. So why do you think they're going to be effective now? In terms of Hezbollah.
So I'm not going to make any predictions about what will happen. What we have seen is Hezbollah's forces degraded. I can't tell you if it's going to be degraded enough. That
Not
they're
by
willing-
UNIFIL.
No, I know. But
And they
I
haven't
know.
been pushed back
Hold
by
on.
UNIFIL.
I'm talking about what's happened by the last 10 days. I can't tell you whether they're going to have been degraded enough that UNIFIL is strong enough to come in and fill that security vacuum. But that is the open question that is being presented by the current operations in southern Lebanon.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Nick, but
No,
on
go ahead.
1701.
Sorry, I'm only going to go behind you just because we're 40
On
minutes in. I've got a lot of other
1701.
people to get to.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So in his statement on the anniversary of October 7 today, Secretary Blinken specifically mentioned the names of Americans killed by Hamas, but he did not mention Americans who were killed by Israel since October 7, like Tevfik Ajak, Ayşenur Ezgi Egi. Why were these Americans not mentioned in the statement? And is that, does that indicate a different standard for Americans based on who killed them?
Absolutely not. And if you've seen this, our public statements, we have spoken out forcibly about American citizens who have been killed today, or have been killed on both sides of this conflict. The statement the secretary put out today, though, was about the anniversary of October 7th.
But
and the people that died in the attacks on October 7th, and the American citizens who were taken hostage on the deaths on October 7th. You have seen us on other occasions speak out, and we will continue to speak out forcefully about other American citizens who die anywhere across the world. But the statement today was about October 7th, and in no way is a statement about the anniversary of October 7th going to cover the entire sweep of this conflict. But we thought it was important to, on this anniversary of the horrific attacks, to memorialize the people who were killed as part of those attacks.
And do you have any update on the investigation into the killing of Ayşenur?
It continues to be underway. I don't have any further update. Yeah.
Thank you, Matt. Last week, Iranian-backed groups in Iraq attacked Golan Heights. They killed 2 IDF members and injured 2 dozens. These attacks and the other attacks have brought Iraq to the brink of this conflict. Have you ever talked to the Iraqi government about these militia groups to stop attacking Israel and making these destabilized actions, and why the Iraqi government so far couldn't rein these groups?
So you should address questions for the Iraqi government to the Iraqi government. I will say that, of course, we continue to be concerned about the presence of Iran-backed militias inside Iraq. They continue to destabilize Iraq's security situation. They continue to risk Iraq being dragged into a conflict that the Iraqi people want nothing to do with. That's why we've designated these organizations as terrorist organizations, just as we have other Iranian sponsored militia groups, such as Hezbollah, such as Hamas. And we continue to talk with the Iraqi government about the importance of preventing attacks, from within Iraq's borders, preventing attacks on U.S. personnel, U.S. interests inside Iraq, and the importance of holding people accountable.
So far, Israel has not responded to these groups inside Iraq, but it may one day. So have you ever requested Israeli or advised Israel to not attack these groups inside Iraq in order to prevent the war not spill over to Iraq and shield the Iraqi territory from that war?
So I'm not going to get into private diplomatic discussions, but we have said before that Iraq deserves the chance to move beyond decades of conflict, and it's why the presence of these Iranian-backed groups inside Iraq are so troubling, because they ultimately destabilize Iraq and they destabilize the region.
Thank you.
Yeah, Gita.
I'm going to go back to your conversation about U.S. talking to Israel about its retaliation against Iran's attack. Have you tried, has it even tried to dissuade Israel from retaliating?
We have had a number of conversations with them. You've heard us say before, they have a right to respond. This was an attack of 200 ballistic missiles that Iran launched on Israel. And of course, they have a right to respond to a state-on-state attack like that. I'm not going to get into the nature of those conversations. You've heard the president speak publicly to some of them. But the conversations are ongoing, and I'm not going to characterize them further.
Thank you so much. In Bangladesh, this is Durga Puja time, you know. The Hindu community is preparing to celebrate their largest festival, Durga Puja, amidst multiple security concerns in Bangladesh. Meanwhile, neighboring country India has also placed message to Bangladesh government for ensuring.
All right, so I'm going to switch over. There's a White House briefing starting soon, so we'll talk some more about the situation, and then we'll watch what the White House briefing has to say about it. We got to hear a bunch of the State Department briefing, so I'll turn this down for a second. Maybe the White House will have some comments on Israel. So it is 9:05 p.m. Israel time, 9:35 p.m. Iran time. Israel is still marking the one-year anniversary of October 7th. There are like different commemoration activities going on in Israel right now. When there will be an Israeli response to Iran, I have no idea. I certainly think it's expected in the near future, but I can't tell you exactly when, so we'll have to see. I think the White House briefing is about to start right now. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but I assume there'll be some discussion of the Middle East, especially on October 7th. So, so we'll see what's going on there. Hang on a moment here. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this. Some viewers have mentioned there's like a plane on Flight Radar 24 which supposedly belongs to the Chilean Air Force, but it says altitude 0. Oh, hold on, the briefing started. Look, I don't think a Chilean Air Force plane is going to be attacking anybody there, so I don't really know what's going on with that. If I find anything, I'll let you know. Hold on.
A heinous attack against Israel. On a day that was supposed to be a joyous Jewish holiday of singing and dancing, Hamas terrorists streamed across the border from Gaza into Israel and massacred more than 1,200 innocent people, including 46 Americans at a music festival. They committed horrific attacks of sexual violence. In many cases, these terrorists recorded their acts of barbarity and carnage, chilling, documenting the unspeakable atrocities they committed for others to see. This morning, the President and the First Lady lit a yahrzeit candle to remember all those who were massacred by Hamas in what was the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. The President and the First Lady were joined by Rabbi Aaron Alexander of Adass Israel Congregation for the candle lighting in remembrance of the victims of the October 7th attacks. The rabbi recited God full of mercy, a Jewish prayer for the soul of a person who has died. It is recited during burial services and memorial services. Rabbi Alexander is a family friend of the Goldberg Poland family. Hirsch Goldberg Poland was abducted by Hamas on October 7th and held hostage for almost 11 months until he was murdered by Hamas. The president also issued a statement mourning those who were killed and recognizing the more than 250 innocents, including 12 Americans who were taken hostage. The president has met with many of their families and grieved with them. As he said this morning, they have been through hell. So many families have lost loved ones on October 7th and will never be the same. President Biden and Vice President Harris have stood strongly in support of the people of Israel, and they made clear again today they are fully committed to the safety of the Jewish people, the security of Israel, and its right to exist. As both the president and the vice president said, we must bring the hostages home who are being held in Gaza. President Biden continues to work around the clock to try to reach a ceasefire and hostage release deal that would not only bring the hostages held by Hamas home to their families, but also end the fighting and alleviate the suffering of the Palestinian people in Gaza, many of whom have been living in hellish conditions, and enabled a much-needed surge of humanitarian aid in Gaza. As we reflect on the past year and all that has happened since October 7th, we also mourn the loss of innocent life in Gaza, where tens of thousands of Palestinians have lost their lives as a result of the conflict that Hamas terrorism has unleashed. President Biden will never stop working to end the suffering of all people, and he continues the work to build the conditions for a lasting peace in the region so that after this conflict is over, Israelis and Palestinians can live securely side by side in a lasting peace with equal measures of safety, opportunity, and dignity. Now, moving on to the Hurricane Helene. President Biden and Vice President Harris continue to use every tool available to help communities devastated by Hurricane Helene. Over the weekend, President Biden ordered another 500 active duty troops to move into western North.
All right, so while she's talking about the hurricane situation, a reminder, Hurricane Milton now is at Category 5, 175 miles per hour sustained winds, max sustained winds, and a pressure down to 911 millibars, still strengthening. Hurricane Milton is supposed to hit the coast of West Florida currently Wednesday, late afternoon, early evening. So I'll be giving you updates on Hurricane Milton as they come in during our coverage. But again, that is forecast to hit the western coast of Florida on Wednesday. So we will give you more about that, and certainly people in Florida should be paying close attention to that and taking whatever action their authorities are suggesting. I believe she is going to be, the press secretary is going to be asked some questions about the region, so I do want to see what she has to say about that when the questions start. And I will keep giving you updates also on everything I'm hearing. By the way, quick thanks to Big Gaddy for your support, and Eliza Jane and Mark Cosgrove and Eddie M. and Dodger Blue. Thank you.
Following a disaster can discourage people from seeking critical assistance when they need it the most.
And I am looking for updates from the Middle East as well. Israel has ordered everyone on the southern coast of Lebanon, like the southern 35 miles of Lebanon, roughly from Sidon south. Israel said You should not be on the coast. If you're on the beach, if you're in the water, go away. Get out. If you don't go away, you are risking your life. So Israel says it's taking some sort of action on Hezbollah on the coast of southern Lebanon. I don't know what kind of action that will be, but they issued a warning a couple hours ago basically saying, everyone get off the coast. Get out of the water. If you're in a boat, get out of the, go away. Don't be on the water. Don't be on the coast. Yes, as Scotty Rose says, that's a huge amount of area. Okay, so I will update you on anything I hear about that as well.
Today, the time is right now. Please, please, please listen to local officials. It could save your life. Now, the Biden-Harris administration is committed to preventing, detecting, and responding to health emergencies globally. On September 27th, Rwanda's Ministry of Health announced an outbreak of Marburg virus disease, MVD. And the Biden-Harris administration is working closely with the government of Rwanda to end the outbreak as quickly as possible. As we have all experienced in recent years, health emergencies are...
Again, I'm waiting for her to answer questions about... Once she starts answering questions, I'm pretty darn sure she'll be asked about the Middle East. Oops, we lost our other Beirut feed.
No confirmed MVD cases outside of Rwanda. Since learning of this outbreak, the United States has committed to making nearly $11 million
for the moment. I'm sure we'll get it back.
Health needs in Rwanda and surrounding countries. And although there are currently no FDA-approved vaccines or drugs against MVD, the United States also contributed investigational vaccine and therapeutic doses, which arrived in Rwanda this weekend, just 1 week after we learned of the outbreak. In addition, to keep Americans safe, we are implementing additional precautions for a small select group of travelers arriving in the United States from Rwanda, including additional health screenings. These measures will advance ongoing efforts to protect public health and reassure the traveling public that the risk of
thank you also to Aloha Tarantula. Thank you, Aloha Tarantula.
And today we saw the Supreme Court decision and what it means that women in Texas could still be denied.
Also, thank you to Michael Friedrich for your support. Thank you, Michael Friedrich.
We have seen.
I don't know when Israel is going to respond to Iran. It could be tonight. It could be in a week. I do not know. I do not know.
More extreme abortion ban. All of these laws were made possible when the former president handicapped 3 Supreme Court justices to...
Yeah, I'm not focusing on the parts of this press conference, of this press briefing where she's not talking about the Middle East. The point of showing it is to show you when she's talking about the Middle East. So I am cutting in to give you some other updates while she is not talking about the Middle East.
And that is required by federal law. The stories we hear of women being denied care they need in emergency situation is completely unacceptable. That's why the Biden-Harris administration has taken a number of important steps to make it easier for women to file.
Bruce Macklemore, our viewer, thinks tonight will escalate.
Protections under EMTALA. But our fight is not over. After the Supreme Court's order earlier this year, HHS issued a letter reminding hospitals and provider associations of their obligations under EMTALA, including providing abortion care as a necessary stabilizing treatment. We will continue to make those obligations clear. We will also continue to fight Republican elected officials' extreme agenda. And we'll continue to enforce federal law.
I assume she's going to take questions soon. Al Jadid News of Lebanon reported that fishermen had started leaving the coast of Sidon, which is part of that coastal area that's been ordered to evacuate by the Israeli military. Hold on.
I could just follow up on 2 of your toppers. Yep. First on the abortion access.
That's not about, he's asking about abortion access.
Not much.
So that's not about the Middle East.
Immediately after November. So what other avenues can the administration pursue in the little time that you have left?
As you know, when...
I see there's a report. Hold on a second. Let me check something here.
That was done more than 2 years ago. The president and the vice president took action. The president on that same day announced some executive actions that he was moving forward with, obviously, with the whole of a government approach here. And so we've taken actions. We've taken this very seriously.
Hey guys, please keep it respectful in the chat. I mean, come on, really. I mean, we can have different views, but if you don't keep it respectful and civil in the chat, you're going to get timed out and you're going to get hidden by the chat. It's not hard, guys. Come on.
Very aware of what's at stake here. It is important for us to continue to voice what we're seeing here. Women being denied care and their lives being put at risk. And so we're going to continue to fight. As you know, there's EMTALA, there's other measures that the DOJ is using to protect doctors and also women who are looking for that care that they should be making about their own body themselves. And we're going to continue to call out these extreme agendas that we're seeing.
I have the volume low because I wanted to. I'm focusing on the parts where she talks about the Middle East. So she hasn't. Oh, by the way, there was a missile launched from Yemen. Israeli military says it intercepts missile fired from Yemen. That was earlier today, I think a few hours ago.
Prepared to handle what could be two major disasters.
Reuters says a surface-to-surface missile fired from Yemen at central Israel on Monday was intercepted, the Israeli military said. The missile set off air raid sirens across large swaths of central Israel, sending residents running for shelter. The military said they successfully intercepted it. The statement did not say who fired the missile, but presumably that would be Houthis. The Iran-backed Houthi movement, which controls northern Yemen, has frequently attacked Israel over the past year in what it says is solidarity with the Palestinians.
To come and survey the damaged areas with the president. Obviously, we're in Florida. We invited.
Hold on a second here.
The governor of Florida to come. It was his decision to not attend or not be there with the president.
Thank you so much to our moderators. We have RJ moderating, Queenful. I really appreciate it. Chandra is moderating. Ruth Krafasi, thank you. Also, we have moderating over on Twitch. Idaho Star, A Moment of Lovely. I got that fire. Papa Bear and Surly Dev. Speaking of Twitch, by the way, thanks so much to the 1X Eid and Sweetums and Wreckit22. Thanks for your support. Also, thanks to our Facebook moderators like Kay Lowry Body. And we have Valerie Gale Griffin is over there moderating. Raven Lynn. Thanks to all of our moderators over there. Linda Belk and Larry moderating as well. One of our viewers is watching from Dubai over there on Facebook. Thanks for watching from there. Princess Peralta.
FEMA's on the ground supporting that. So that's important. It's up to the governor. It is up to him. We are doing
Give me 1 second here.
In the Biden-Harris administration, working, obviously FEMA's work is on the ground, all hands on deck, whole of government, robust approach here. And so, again, that's for Governor DeSantis to speak to.
Is it accurate that the president and vice president have made outreach efforts and they have not been answered?
You've asked us. We have made outreach, and regarding certainly Hurricane Helene, and as I mentioned, the good thing is the FEMA administrator, was able to connect with the governor yesterday. I think that's important. But look, we're gonna do the work. We're gonna continue to talk to local and state officials. That is important.
Yeah. So normally I would have more cameras right now. The thing is, though, a number of the cameras there's a limited number of cameras you have access to. And a bunch of those cameras today are on these events taking place in Israel, which have been taking place to commemorate October 7th. So if those events weren't happening, then we would have more of the cameras. Given that it's 9:22 p.m. Israel time, I do expect in the coming hours, as those events end, there will be more of the regular cameras that we would normally have. We'll start getting more access to those. But for now, we have this camera. But that is why we don't have more of the live shots that we normally would, is because there are events some of the live shots that would normally be of those are of events taking place to commemorate October 7th. Those events from Israel are not in English. I'm not showing them. I'm not going to show an event that's not in English. So, you know, it's one thing if it's a 2-minute press briefing from the Israeli military spokesperson or something, but, you know, not kind of a regular event. So, anyways, we should be getting more, we should be getting more cameras in the near future.
Prove that for Florida, that's moving forward. And so we're taking this very, very seriously.
Hey, and Marty Hagwood, that it's incredibly generous of you. Wow. Hey, thanks, Marty Hagwood, for your support and all of your support for the channel. Marty Hagwood, that's very kind of you. Thank you, Marty. Also, thank you to Jay Loons. Thank you, Jay Loons. Also, Joe, for your support. Thank you, Joe, and Aaron B.
You heard the laydown that I gave at the top.
Joe and Aaron B., thank you for your support.
Things are available to the public, folks who are impacted, and that misinformation, disinformation is indeed dangerous. It gets in the way.
Again, I have the volume low because I'll turn it up if she starts talking about the Middle East.
And let me just fact check a couple of things because it's really important.
I need to have the volume on a little bit so I can hear what she's saying.
And I also called out there are important people who have power, privilege, who are spreading these falsehoods, and they need to stop. They need to stop doing that. So, disaster relief.
Thank you also so much to Richard Foley. I really appreciate that, Richard Foley. Thanks for your support.
No money is being diverted from response needs. That's the fact. Another falsehood. FEMA confiscating Helene survivor property. That's false. That is not true. The fact is FEMA cannot seize your property or land, period. Another falsehood that's out there, FEMA will only provide $750 to disaster survivors to support their recovery. That is a falsehood. That is not true. The fact is, this is an upfront payment for urgent needs like food and medication. Many survivors will qualify for more assistance. Another falsehood, FEMA, FAA are restricting airspace in North Carolina. That is not true. That's false. The fact is there are no airspace restrictions in North Carolina. So we're going to continue to combat these. It's important to combat them. But people who have a microphone and a podium should not continue to spread this falsehood. It is dangerous. It is incredibly dangerous.
Sky News Arabia says a series of airstrikes by Israel on the Nakora and Labuna regions south of Tyre, Lebanon, coinciding with bombardment from warships. So those would be pretty close to the border. Again, Lebanese media says a series of Israeli airstrikes on the Nakora and Labuna regions south of Tyre coincided with bombardment from Israeli warships. I don't have a border camera right now. Again, I expect to be getting more cameras a little later on. But that is reported by, who did I say it was? Sky News Arabia.
So, just a couple of things on that. And look, the president, what you saw the president do is honor and commemorate lives that were lost, as I said at the top. And the president called President Herzog because he believed it was appropriate person for the president to call to express his condolences. It was a meaningful and important conversation. And so that's what they spoke about. It was focused on commemorating this incredibly sad day.
Okay, so there was not a detailed conversation about
I don't have anything beyond that. It was about offering up his condolences and what the Israeli people must be going through right now.
Hamas reiterated over the weekend that they see Netanyahu as being the stumbling block to a ceasefire deal. It seemed like the president's own remarks recently in the briefing room here kind of left open the opportunity for taking that analysis away as well. Does the president feel like he needs to speak with Prime Minister Netanyahu?
As the president said himself, there will be a call shortly, soon. I don't have anything to preview for you at this time. As you know, you hear us say this many, many times, they have decades-long relationship. And in those conversations that they do have, it's very honest, it's very frank, and that will continue. I don't have anything else beyond what the president stated at this podium on Friday or many times before about this particular issue. Look, we believe the best chance at getting these hostages home is through a ceasefire deal. That's what the president is directing his team to continue to work on, and that's going to be our focus. Okay.
Just given the projected path and strength of Milton that you were talking about, is any consideration?
So I just got it. First of all, we just got access again to the border camera in Kiryat Shimona, which is now on top there, the Israel-Lebanon border east camera. I want to show you guys something. It was interesting. I just noticed. So Sky News said that there were airstrikes and by Israel and also military Israel ships firing on a couple of places near the Israel-Lebanon border. And I wanted to show you what they were talking about. So the two locations, this is the border right there between Israel and Lebanon, Lebanon on the top. The two locations that Sky News Arabia mentioned were Labuna, which is here, and Nakora here. Labuna and Nakora. That's just north of Israel, and it's right near the coast. And so I don't know if that's related to the evacuation order that Israel issued a couple hours ago, which basically told people you need to be away from the coast all the way up to Sidon, 35 miles or so. So this might not be related to that. Because I don't know that these strikes are hitting the coast, but it's just interesting to note that there is that activity being reported close to the coast, just above the border with Israel. Those very well could be targets in those towns. That could be areas that Israel has hit many times over the last weeks. So I don't want to read into that too much, but it's interesting. Those are the two locations that Sky News Arabia mentioned. In their news report. By the way, thank you to Audrey M for your support and Raphael Legond T. Lepi. I appreciate that. Thank you. And thanks Audrey M for being a new member. And thanks Alicia Neighbors, our new member, and Another Drummer Texas. Thank you for your support. So if I hear any more about that coastline, there's a Tel Aviv shot now too. Although I'm not going to really focus on that right now. But if I need it, there's a Tel Aviv shot. We should be getting some more of the regular cameras.
When the right moment to press for such an agreement, we will do so. But the conversation, those discussions continue.
Okay, but it would be correct to say that the White House is not currently actively pushing on that proposal.
What I can tell you is we continue those consultations with the Israelis and the Lebanese. That's what I can share. Go ahead.
Great. Following up on the president's trip, can you just explain a little bit why the president is taking these trips now when there's less than a month before the election? What is he trying to accomplish?
I mean, look, you've heard us talk about the importance of this travel. He's going to be going to Germany, obviously, and also Angola. The president's certainly looking forward to that travel. And I would say that...
Hang on a second here.
We, as it relates to, each of them is very different than the other. But we think it serves as a powerful symbol of the U.S.-Germany partnership as you think about the German piece of this trip and our close cooperation on the world's most pressing challenges. And so, and to ensure our people have every opportunity for safety and prosperity. And what this visit is going to do, it's going to underscore the deep commitment and that transatlantic security, resolute support. If you think about Ukraine and the self-defense of Ukraine, that's going to be a big part of this visit and continuing that support, continuing to do everything that we can.
Any cameras on the beach? No, I don't have any cameras. from the Lebanon beach area. The only one would be the tire camera, and I don't have that right now.
Component of that. And so this is important as we see what's going
Al
on.
Jazeera says there are new Israeli airstrikes in eastern Lebanon on the towns of Nabi Shit and Tariya in the Bekaa and eastern Lebanon. So there are reports of Israeli strikes going on tonight in Lebanon.
Ukraine in their fight against that aggression of Russia, and so that's a big part. Certainly will be a big part of that trip. And when it comes to Angola, there's going to be a bilateral meeting.
I'll see what the next question is. She doesn't seem to be talking about the Middle East that much, or being asked about it. So I might.
And so that's what you're going to
just
see. Very two important relationships.
Go away from this.
That is very much connected to what this president has done over the 3.5 years. If you look at his global leadership, and the president's so very much looking forward to it.
That's right. Yeah, sure. He could have taken these trips after the election. I mean, he could have taken them in December or January before he leaves office. So what is so urgent about this moment that he needed to do it in October?
I appreciate that, but there's not a lot of time. There really isn't. 3 months is going to fly by. There's not a lot of time. And so the president wanted to get this done. We had said, as it relates to Angola and going to the continent, the president had made a commitment and a promise to go to Africa, to continue to show his commitment to that relationship. And that's what the president wanted, to keep that promise. And so 3 months is not a lot of time. And so this was the right period of time to go to get that.
All right, I'm gonna, there hasn't been much talk about the Middle East here. Maybe there'll be some more, but I'm not gonna. It's a little distracting, so I'm gonna remove the briefing from the screen right now, the White House briefing.
Against Russia's aggression. All of these things are really important to our relation.
I will keep an eye out on other footage I might come across, and I'm sure we'll get other cameras again. But turn the volume up on some of these things. I think the volume's not working on the border camera. Let me reach out about that. The volume seems to be off on the border camera. The audio. There is a rocket alert in Oh, did we see interceptors? I'm sorry. Did we see interceptors go up? Did I miss it? So I can't think. Did interceptors go up on the border camera? I missed it. I'll rewind it. Yeah, there's a rocket alert. Some people said they saw. Guys, I'm sorry. I don't have 7 sets of eyes, so if, I literally am not looking at the camera the entire time. So please be understanding if I don't see if I miss something that happens for 2 seconds on the camera. It's not because I'm asleep. It's not because I'm dreaming. I'm sorry. Patience. I can rewind it. Okay. Let's be nice and chill and patient. Okay. Gee whiz. Okay. So I will go back and rewind it. It's not hard to do. We don't have audio right now from that. The audio on that shot is not working right now. So I can go back and find it. Yeah, so what happened is there were some rocket alerts. That camera's in Kiryat Shimona right here. And there were rocket alerts to the north of it. So when there are rocket alerts in that area, you sometimes see on that camera interceptors being fired. So I'll grab that for you. I'll actually grab one and I'll grab a replay and make it full screen for you. Probably about 2-3 minutes ago, I assume. Yeah, I'm going to grab it right now. But again, I'm sorry that normally we have audio on that. Normally we have audio on that camera. It's just not working at the moment. So we'd be hearing probably interceptions. Then the other camera was a little loud. I want to lessen that. I have the replay here. Oh, I found it. I found it. I found the interceptors. I found the interceptors. All right, I'm going to play a replay for you guys of the interceptors. Okay, watch. I'm going to play this right now. This was a short while ago, probably about 5 minutes ago. See, there you go. There are the interceptors. You're going to see a couple of them go up there. There's one. I think a couple more come out too. But that's northern Israel during that rocket alert. There's another one right there. I think there might be a third one. I don't know. Is that it? Maybe 2? I'll play it again. I'll play it again. Again, this is about 5 minutes ago. And I do think if the volume had, if the audio had been working, we probably would have heard explosions. They're the Iron Dome interceptors which shoot down the incoming rockets. There's one right there. You'll see another one in a second. There's a second one. Okay, so that's what we just saw. I'll check and see if there's any updates about those rockets in Israeli media. Hey, thanks, by the way, to thanks so much to Janet Kearns, our new member. PZ Papa Zulu, thanks so much for the gift memberships. Jeff Turner, thanks, Jeff, for your support. JD63, that's so generous of you. Thank you, JD. Also, thanks for shouting out our moderators. JD63. Thanks also Gracie MC, our new member, and JVD, our new member. Also, Raphael Legond T. Liege. Thank you so much for your support. And Wreckit22 on Twitch, thank you. Also keeping an eye on the Hurricane Milton, which is currently in the Gulf of Mexico, but it's supposed to make landfall on the Florida coast on Wednesday. And it is really strengthening. It is now 175 miles an hour. Max sustained winds, Category 5, and strengthening. And the pressure has dropped to 911. And just to show you again, I will let you know when we have updates to give you on this. But there, that is from the National Hurricane Center. You can see 175 miles an hour. And the track takes it Wednesday, west coast of Florida. That's the line is the current prediction, but certainly could be north or south of that. So we are going to keep an eye on that and bring you updates, but a very scary looking hurricane. Could be a huge storm surge problem in the Tampa, St. Pete area as well. So we'll keep you updated on that. We might do a dedicated stream to it, but I will let you know updates as I have them. Thank you also, PVC, for your support. Thanks, PVC. Senator Marco Rubio posted, several years ago, I asked the National Hurricane Center to show me what the worst case storm hitting Florida would look like. What they showed me back then is almost identical to the Milton forecast now. Oh, new evacuation orders? One of our viewers said. Where? Yes, there is. So it looks like there's going to be more airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Why? Because the IDF has issued another evacuation order for the southern suburbs of Beirut. There it is from the IDF. Those are two different buildings you can see in the photos. Right there and right there. They highlight these buildings, and then they say, you are located near Hezbollah facilities and interests, and the IDF will act against them in the near future. For your safety and the safety of your family members, you must evacuate these buildings and those adjacent to them immediately, and stay away from them for a distance of no less than 500 meters. So that is in Burj Al Barajneh, which is a neighborhood north of the airport. Burj Al Barajneh. That's the neighborhood north of the airport. South, it's greater Beirut, south of Beirut, north of the airport. 2 evacuation orders there. That means that sometime soon, I don't think in 2 minutes, but sometime, I would say in the next hour, next 45 minutes, there's going to be more airstrikes coming up in the southern suburbs of Beirut. So, new evacuation orders issued for the southern suburbs of Beirut. Camera's panning around right now. Last night, there were a couple of huge explosions. Israel said last night that it hit some weapons facilities. Israel said there were secondary explosions showing they were storing weapons, but we saw some very big secondary explosions last night. Hopefully they can get the audio fixed on the border camera on the top there. Reclaw said there were enormous secondaries last night. Thank you, Jason Carlton, for your support. Tony Bennett thinks the Chilean Air Force plane is a passenger plane taking Chile nationals out of Lebanon. Yeah, I was thinking that might be the case. Thank you, Tony. I should have mentioned that. I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing. There's a Chilean Air Force plane that shows up on Flight Radar, or at least it did, at the Beirut airport or near the airport. So I was thinking maybe it's an evacuation flight, but it was kind of a weird. Yeah, it's still there, but it's on the ground. The altitude is 0, so it's just there. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's a flight that's taking people from home to Chile or something. I don't know. But I don't think it's right here. That's probably some kind of issue with the signal or something like that, the GPS signal. So if it's there, I assume it's just, it's at the airport somewhere. It's a Boeing 767. So it's not going to be a fighter jet or something. That's from Flight Radar 24. It says it's a Boeing 767. Again, there are new evacuation warnings for the southern suburbs of Lebanon, so we are expecting more airstrikes relatively soon in the southern suburbs of Lebanon. Thank you also, John W. Thank you, John W., for the gift. Memberships. Thank you, John. Also, thank you, Iconic Meerkat. Hey, there's a plane right there. Look, we're seeing a plane land. There's a plane. That plane is, I don't see it on flight radar, but it is a plane. Plane coming into the airport there. One of our viewers says it's from Istanbul. Lois Cox says it's from Istanbul. Yeah, I would not be surprised if it's Middle East Airlines. That's a Lebanese airline. The only commercial airline operating out of there. Thank you to Alice Atkins. Maybe I'll address that later, Alice. Thank you for the question, Alice. Maybe I'll talk about it later. Also, thank you for your support, Alice Atkins from Australia. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you also, Mauricio Corbin. Dr. Seuss for your support. Did some people see a flash or something? A few people said they saw a flash of some sort. The device said it's an old fire blowing up. One of our viewers said it was an old fire. What was the time code? I can look. Small flash? I mean, there are places that have been hit that can flare up. So Eddie says there was a little bit of redness at the bottom for a second. Khan News just posted a message from Netanyahu, I believe, in Israel. Not in Hebrew, I'm sorry. About October 7th. If I get a translation, I'll let you know. Yeah. Netanyahu posted a message, but it's in Hebrew, so I won't be showing the message. Khan News says, he said on October 7th, we were thrown into a fateful battle, but we were not defeated. The opposite is true. The headline of the message that he posted is, the nation of Israel is alive and well. So I don't have the English version. Maybe he'll post an English language version. Rock and Rolla thinks he'll do it later in English. Thank you to Lenville McQuinn. Thank you. Thanks also Iconic Meerkat for your support. Our new member, Lola Cortez. Thanks for being a new member. Oh, I have a second Beirut shot. I should put that up on the screen. Yeah, let me get that up here. Then I'll put the border on the side. Excuse me. That's not Beirut view 2. That's going to be the border view. Here we go. Again, there are supposed to be airstrikes coming up in the southern suburbs of Beirut because 2 different locations have been warned to evacuate. A little loud. I just need 1 minute. Give me 1 minute, guys. I'm coming right back. 1 minute. Hang on. Thanks for your patience. Uh-oh, something happened. Did something happen? Looked like the camera thought something happened. Oh, there was a flash? Hold on. I missed it. I had just come back. Okay, looks like there was a strike. All right, I'll go find... What was the time code on it? What was the time code? (10:06). If you give me a time code, I can show you. So I guess there was a strike. 10:06:54. How about before then? I didn't see 10:06:54. 10:06:30. Let me pump the brightness up. A little bit. Oh, we're seeing maybe something burn. See at the bottom there? See something's burning at the bottom, guys? I bumped the brightness up. You can see something like kind of burning. (10:06 10:06:44 and 10:07:05. Okay, I saw the one at 10:06:44. That was a big flash. I'll show you that again. Let me turn the brightness down. Camera's panning over now. Was there another one? Was there another one? Look at the camera move. Oh no, she's just showing a plane. The camera's showing a plane landing right after the airstrike. Right after the airstrike, the plane is landing. All right, so 10:06:44 is one of them. When was the one in the small camera? When did you guys? Oh, I see it. I got it. 10:06:44 and 10:07:01. All right. For those who didn't see it after this plane lands, we didn't really hear any boom on that one, but for those who didn't see it, I'm going to show you guys what the flash. All right, watch this right now. This is a, hold on. Here's a replay coming up. Here's a replay. This is a replay of what's coming up. Watch this. Right there, that's the flash we saw before. That was the one before that I missed. Right there. And then if you look on the top, watch the top. Watch the top. I think you'll see it on the top in a second. Well, maybe you won't. Anyways, I'm not really concerned about the top. Oh, there it is on the top, right there. Watch the top. Watch the top again. Right there. Okay, so it's the same. It was the same flash on both cameras. It's just one camera's behind the other. So that was the strike we just saw in the southern suburbs of Lebanon. There's supposed to be there was two areas that were evacuation warned. So we could see more strikes coming up. Was it a strike? Well, I'll check Lebanese media. It certainly seemed big enough to be an airstrike. Al Jadid News says there was an airstrike. Al Jadid News says there was a strike. NBN Lebanon says there was an airstrike. Yeah, so we'll see what else happens there. Sorry, just checking a couple things here. Thank you to Bob for your support. Bob says, shout out to the cameraman skills. Thank you also, our new member Thomas, our new member Headcrab, our new member Hatomek. Thank you, Lenville McQuinn. We are bringing you live coverage of the situation in the Middle East. We just saw a strike, an airstrike, a short while ago in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Change the headline. It's too big. Yes, one of our viewers asked about this. I believe the white light there is a highway to the left of the landing lights there, to the left of the red lights. Another viewer said that's a highway. I'm looking at a map right now. It looks like, what was that? Was that a flash right there? We just saw it, right? Yes, we just saw a big flash right there. Just saw it right there. Just saw it on the other. So we just saw another airstrike, I think, guys. We just saw another one because we just saw it on both cameras. Right in front of the camera. Right in front of the camera we saw it. I just heard a boom. I just heard a boom right now. Just heard a boom. You're going to see smoke coming up, I bet, right now. Right there. Another one. There's smoke right there. You can see the smoke coming up. It's kind of hard without the brightness. If I put up the brightness, you can see it. See the smoke column right there? Trying to make it not too bright, but enough so you can see the smoke. So new strike right there. We saw it and we heard it. It's kind of tough to make out that smoke, but it's definitely there. Yeah, I don't know how close to the airport that was. I mean, the evacuation warnings a short while ago were for the Borj El Barajna neighborhood, which is just north of the airport. So we just saw what looked like a second airstrike there. LBCI News says another strike. Guys, you know, people keep saying roof knocks in the chat, and I say this day after day after day. I have not heard a single report anywhere that Israel is using roof knock strikes in Lebanon. That is something that they've used in Gaza before, where they would especially before last year, where you would drop something on a building to let people know that they should get out. I have not heard a single report anywhere that those are being used in Lebanon. So I strongly doubt those are roof knot strikes. Also, the Lebanese media are calling those airstrikes. I just read multiple reports to you from Lebanese newspapers saying those were airstrikes. So again, people are saying this. I don't know where you're getting this information from. I have not seen a single report of roof knock strikes in Lebanon. If I see them, I'll let you know. Yes, and by the way, roof knocks are non-explosives. Wikipedia says roof knock is a term used by the Israeli Defense Forces to describe its practice of dropping non-explosive or low-yield devices on the roofs of targeted civilian homes in the Palestinian territories as a prior warning of imminent bombing attacks. But, I mean, we're seeing these big flashes in hearing booms, and the Lebanese media is reporting it as airstrikes. Thank you to Benny for your support. There are a number of other Israeli airstrikes being reported. So Al Jazeera reports Israeli airstrikes in the last few minutes in the town of Uman in the Bekaa and east of Lebanon, in the town of Somor in the east of Lebanon, also Badias in the Tyre district. So there are a number of airstrikes being reported by Israel in other parts of Lebanon as well in the last few minutes. The Hezbollah-affiliated Al-Manar TV reported 4 minutes ago renewed Israeli airstrikes on the southern suburbs of Beirut about 4 minutes ago. So we saw two. We will also keeping an eye on the hurricane. I'll let you know when I get updates on that. It's 10:26 local time. It is still October 7th there, the 1-year anniversary of the Hamas attack. I will do a poll, which we normally ask you guys the last few days. Do you think Israel will respond tonight? Yes or no? Will Israel respond to Iran tonight? Thanks to BB88 for your support on Twitch. Thank you to Grampus Grease for your support on Twitch. Thank you Killazy for your support on Twitch. I appreciate that. Big explosion right there. Big explosion. Watch the top camera too. Watch the top camera too. You might see it as well. You're seeing the smoke coming up right now. You're seeing the smoke coming up. I'm going to leave the top camera on because we may see it on the top camera. But that was a big... There it is on the top camera right there. We just saw it on the top camera too. Big explosion. Big airstrike. Big airstrike right there. You guys just saw it. Wow. There is the smoke column there. Right there on camera. I'll I'll take that off for a second so you can see the smoke coming up. But that was right in front of you. Wow. I'll replay that shortly, but that was a large explosion. Hearing some sirens. Wow, that was big. I'll replay that in a second. I'm going to show it right now really quick. Really quick. Here is a replay really quick. Here it comes. There it was right there. We just saw that. Let's show that again. Here it is right here. One more time. Here it comes. There it was. That's what we just saw right there. And now you see the smoke column rising. Oh, hold on. Look, guys. You can actually see the red at the bottom. You can see the glowing red at the bottom there. I know it's kind of hard to see, but where that explosion happened, you see the glowing red at the bottom. Not that far from the airport, it looks like. But look at that glow on the screen. You can see it in front of you. Now, hang on, maybe I'll put the other camera back up in a second. Beirut view 2. Smaller. Oh yeah, we got it on the second camera as well. The second camera, if I raise the brightness, you can see it on the second camera too. So that was a big explosion, and now we have something burning there, which you can see on the ground. Another night of Israeli strikes. That's the audio. Where is that from? Oh, I think that's the audio from the border camera. I think they're getting the audio from the border camera working. That's what that is. It's not working at the moment. All right, let me fix that top view. It's not really, it's a little too bright at the moment. Again, you can kind of see I got the brightness pumped up a bit so you can see that red area on the bottom there. A significant explosion. That's too much. I'm trying to see it there. Thank you to Beep Beep for your support, and Tammy D. I really appreciate that. Tammy D. She says this conflict has the potential to change the course of history in unknown ways. I do think it's very, very important what's going on in the Middle East right now. Thank you, Tammy D. Thank you, Crypto Moonjumper. Thank you also to Prayers CHSH. Prayers CHSH. There is that area that got hit. You can see it kind of glowing there. You can see that orange glow. Oh, the poll is still running. I didn't even see the poll. Just so you know, I didn't even see what happened. What did people on Twitch say at the poll? Just so you know, on YouTube, you guys voted, and 53% said Israel will not respond to Israel tonight, and 47% said yes. So 47% said yes, Israel will respond to Iran tonight. 53% said no. That's over there on YouTube. Thanks for voting over there. What was the vote on Twitch? Does anybody remember on Twitch there what the vote was? Twitch viewers? I can make it less bright, but the problem is you're not going to see the orange area. If I bump up the brightness, you can still see that orange glowing area there. So I wanted to let you see that for now. See the orange glow? I know it's hard to see, but Yankines said on Twitch it was 60-40 no. Yankines says 60-40 no on Twitch, whether Israel will respond to Iran tonight. That's obviously where we're going. Just trying to let you see the aftermath there. Here it is again. Here's that strike we just saw a couple minutes ago. Right here. Watch it right here on the replay. That's the replay. We saw that a couple minutes ago. Oops, what happened there? Hold on. Right there. That was it. Thank you so much to Logic Gaming Wizard TV. And thanks for shouting out our moderators. Logic Gaming Wizard says, sending prayers to all the innocent people caught up in this conflict. I read today a report that 400,000 people in Lebanon had crossed the border to Syria, fleeing this. That's about 1 out of every 15 people who lives in Lebanon. Reportedly, about 1.2 million people there, about a quarter of the population, or a fifth of the population, have been displaced in the last few weeks. Terrible. Oh, guys, I think there's an update from the Israeli Armed Forces. Yes, guys, here is an update from the IDF on what we just saw. The IDF attacked a launch site, weapons production sites, and Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters. A short time ago, the IDF says, Air Force fighter jets under the direction of the intelligence wing attacked the headquarters of the intelligence division of Hezbollah in the Beirut area. Who was there? I don't know if anybody was there. In the morning hours, Air Force fighter jets attacked terrorist targets of the Hezbollah terrorist organization in southern Lebanon, in the Bekaa in eastern Lebanon, under the intelligence guidance of the Intelligence Division, including sites for the production of weapons, a launch site, and other military infrastructures. In addition, Air Force fighter jets attacked over 70 targets throughout the day under the direction of the Northern Command, including military buildings, launchers, command and control sites, and a Hezbollah munitions warehouse in southern Lebanon. So Israel says a short time ago they attacked with airstrikes the headquarters of the intelligence division, basically, of Hamas. Not of Hamas, of Hezbollah, in the Beirut area, which is, I'm guessing, maybe it might be one of the strikes we saw. There is a rocket alert going on right now. I will show you where that is. Oh, you might see this on the northern Israel. Will we see anything on that border camera? No, it's south of this camera. It's south of this camera. It's close to some rocket alerts close to the border, but south of the border camera that I have. Here is where the alerts are, according to So Far Red Alert. Hold on. You can see there's several alerts in the north of Israel near the border. Somewhat more, two more near to the border than the others. Northwest of Sea of Galilee. That is from So Far Interactive Map. I will post a link to that map. It's a really good map. They have an app as well. I'll post a link to it right now. Thanks also to Kevin Walker. Thanks so much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. Oh, looks like another alert. Oh, you might see this on the border camera. It's kind of near the border camera. So let's make that bigger. See if we see any interceptors go up. There's a couple of alerts north of the border camera that you're looking at right there. I just made it a little bigger, so we may see rocket alerts. Oh, right there, we just saw an interceptor go up. We just saw an interceptor go up right there. And we're going to see another one right now. Another interceptor right there. Live right there. I think the sound is not working on that camera right now. So we just saw 2 interceptors get fired on that camera from Kiryat Shimona near the border. You just saw it. Again, the sound I don't believe is working on that camera right now. They were having issues with the sound. But you just saw those 2 interceptors go up to shoot down rockets. There's another alert in the same area, so you might see another. There's another alert in the same area, so you might see another interceptor get fired in a second. You might see another interceptor get fired in a second, guys. Just keep your eyes out. Keep your eyes out on this live shot there from the border. But it's north of Kiryat Shimona, so we may see an interceptor shortly. We'll see. Hold on, the camera's moving. Camera's moving again. Again, I'm sorry for the lack of audio on that shot. We normally have audio from that shot, but they're having an audio issue, I believe. Hold on, I gotta make this smaller now. What's happening there? Now what's happening? Something happening on the other camera? Oh, a plane is taking off or something like that. Plane is taking off. Thank you to Kevin Walker for your support. Kevin, I don't believe they shut down the airport during the airstrikes because we've seen planes land, like right around when airstrikes are happening, and like you just saw a plane take off. So I don't know if they do brief holds on planes when they're on the runway or something. I honestly don't know, but it's certainly not causing them to shut down the airport because we frequently see planes coming in and out while airstrikes are going on or shortly before or shortly after. But I don't know if they, I don't know if they know when exactly the airstrikes are. I don't know how much coordinating there is between Israel and them. I would assume Israel isn't giving the airport an exact heads up about the strike because then that information will be information that maybe would be useful to Hezbollah. Thanks also, Thomas, so much. Thank you, Thomas. I appreciate that. And thanks for being a new member, our viewer, Thomas. There's going to be a new hurricane update by the National Hurricane Center at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. So I'll let you know when that comes out. Keeping an eye on that as well. Big boom. We just heard a big boom. We just heard big booms. What did we just hear? What are we hearing? I missed the flash. Big booms. I missed the flash. There was a flash, people said, but we definitely heard those explosions. I'll rewind the flash. I just saw it. I'll play it for you guys. I don't know if I saw it. $10:49:05. I said it was 10:49:07. I will replay it for you. Guys, watch. I'm going to replay it for you right now. I'm replaying for you. Watch right here. Watch right here. Watch in the middle of the screen. Middle of the screen right here. Right here. Watch right there. Right there. Right there. I'll play it again. Here it was right in here. Right there. See that, guys? One more time. Right there. There it was. Wow. And definitely a big explosion. We heard the explosions after. Yeah, tough to really see much there. More airstrikes happening. We've seen a number of them in the last 45 minutes, hour. Oh, there's the smoke right there. There's the smoke right there. You can make that smoke out there. I bumped up the brightness. Big smoke cloud, big smoke column. Doesn't look like it's that far from the airport. Big smoke column right there down by the airport. Wow. More airstrikes. Lebanese media reporting this was a violent airstrike. on the southern suburbs of Beirut. I can replay the sound from that too. Why don't I do that? I'll replay and you can hear the sound of it after. I don't know how well that will. Let's try it. Oops. I have to figure out where it was. I don't even remember when it happened. See the smoke coming. What time was the, I don't remember what time that was. Okay, 10:49:07. Yeah, that's what it was. Here, I'll replay it for you. Hold on. Here's the replay. Watch. Right there. Hold on. Right here. Right there. You just saw it right there. That was before. When did the bang happen? I'm replaying this right now. Bang was a few seconds later. Hold on. Oh, I don't even have the sound. What did we just hear? Here, I'm going to let you hear the bang. I'm going to replay the sound for you. Big boom. We just heard a big boom. We just heard big booms. What did we just hear? What are we hearing? Sorry. So that was the boom. I know it's confusing because I have the sound on from now. So, but it was big explosions when it happened. That's the live shot there right now. Oh no, that's the live shot right now. Sorry. Yeah, that was, we've seen probably 4 or 5 airstrikes in the last hour. Oops. I don't know what those sounds are. Sounds like something with where the cameraman is or something. Thank you, Floris, for the support. I appreciate that, Floris93. Thanks for the news tip, Floris93, as well. I am located in the Boston area, Boston, Massachusetts. If you missed it, Israel ordered an evacuation, ordered basically that nobody from Lebanon should be on the Lebanese coast on the southern 35, roughly the southern 35 miles of Lebanon. They said if you're on the beach or you're in the water, you should stay away. You'll be risking your life if you are on the coast, because Israel says it's going to be conducting anti-Hezbollah operations there. So that's basically from Sidon all the way down, roughly 35 miles of the coast of Lebanon. That was several hours ago that warning got posted. Said an urgent warning to those relaxing on the seashore and anyone using boats for fishing or for any other use from the Awali River line to the south. Israel's forces, Hezbollah forces the IDF to act against it, as the IDF will soon work in the maritime area against Hezbollah's terrorist activities. For your safety, refrain from being at the sea or the beach from now until further notice. Being on the beach and boat movements in the area of the river, from the river to the south, poses a threat to your life. That's what they said a few hours ago. Do not go to the beach. Do not be in a water. Do not be in a boat in the water for roughly the 35 miles of the southern coast, or you are risking your life. And that's not for tonight. That's until further notice. Our viewer Flores mentioned a report from Al Sharq News via live UA map that the Israeli foreign minister said to the Security Council, "We will respond with strong force to the Iranian attack." Various Israeli officials have been saying for like a week now, several days, that they're going to have a strong response to the Iranian attack. So we'll see what it is. And when it is. I have no idea when it's going to be. Vice President Harris is speaking right now about October 7th, I believe. Hang on a moment. There's too many things going on. Maybe I can show you this. Oh. It's about Israel. Let's check out what she's saying. Make it small.
Judy, God, and Ite. What is asked of us? We must uphold the commitment to repair the world, an idea that has been passed on throughout generations of the Jewish people and across many faiths. And to that end, we must work to relieve the immense suffering of innocent Palestinians in Gaza who have experienced so much pain and loss over the year. What is asked of us? We must continue to see light amidst the darkness. As the late Rabbi Jonathan Sachs said, a people that can walk through the valley of the shadow of death and still rejoice is a people that cannot be defeated by any force or fear. That is why today we plant a pomegranate tree, which in Judaism is a symbol of hope and righteousness. So for years to come, this pomegranate tree will stand here, spreading its roots and growing stronger, to remind future vice presidents of the United States, their families, and all who pass through these grounds, not only of the horror of October 7th, but the strength and the endurance of the Jewish people. It will remind us all not to abandon the goal of peace, dignity, and security for all. And it will remind us all to always have faith. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the second gentleman, my husband, Doug.
All right, so that was Vice President Harris. I'm not going to play her husband speaking. You can go to the White House online and see that. But I wanted to play a little of that. Oops, that's the wrong one. There you go. Nope, that's the wrong one. Oh, I got it. Maybe what I should do is maybe I should take a minute and put my food in the air fryer, because I have to eat. I have to eat. And we're going to keep doing coverage. So I'm going to take a couple minutes now as we do our coverage. I'm going to take a couple minutes to put my food in the air fryer because I need to eat something. We've been on for several hours. We're going to keep going. So I'll leave the feeds up. Give me a few minutes. By the way, I really appreciate our moderators. Let me shout out our moderators. Thanks to them. Over there on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, McBritches, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thank you so much. Thanks also to Pandoff on Twitch for your support. Also over on, I'm not going to eat yet. I'm just going to put I need about 5 minutes to put my food, get my food cooking. Raven Lynn, K. Lowry Body, moderating on Facebook. Thank you. All of our other mods over there. Thanks to our subscriber, Diane Allworth over there too, and Eve Richards. Raven Lynn is modding, thank you. Any other mods I might miss? Linda Belk and Larry on X. Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube right now modding, thank you. Danny James. Big thanks to all of our mods. They said, give me about 5 minutes. Cynthia Moon is modding too. Thanks. I'll keep an eye on this. If something happens during those 5 minutes, I'll rush back in. Give me about 5 minutes, give or take, you know. But if I'm going to stay on the air, I need to eat something. So let me put my food in. Give me about 5 minutes. I'm coming back shortly. Thanks everybody for your patience. Thanks for your patience. I am making some food so I can eat and then stay on the air. We're bringing you live coverage. We saw a bunch of airstrikes over the past hour or so. What's happening now? The camera is moving. Oh, another plane. Another plane is taking off, I think. Look. A lot of rocket alerts? Hold on. Oh, 4 minutes ago. North of Tel Aviv. Hold on. There's a bunch of rocket alerts. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. 4 minutes ago, rocket alerts north of Tel Aviv. Hold on a second. I don't know that I have a Tel Aviv camera. I do. Nothing. All right, let me show you the Tel Aviv camera. Hang on. Hang on. That's a Tel Aviv camera. The alerts, I don't know that they're in Tel Aviv though. Tel Aviv camera, I'm not hearing audio. I wonder if there's a missile. I wonder if there was a missile launch, because usually when you have that many alerts, it can be like a missile launch that triggers that many alerts. Let me just see here. Let me catch up here. Sorry, I didn't see my phone when it mentioned the alerts. Look, there is the alerts right there. All those rocket alerts north of Tel Aviv on the SOFAR map right there. Hold on. What did the IDF say? Something or other? Oh, the IDF released a statement. The IDF says, following the alerts that were activated in the center of the country, a number of launches were identified that crossed from Lebanon. The details are under investigation. All right, I'm going to read that again. Here is the announcement from the IDF. Following the alerts that were activated in the center of the country, a number of launches were identified that crossed from the territory of Lebanon. The details are under investigation. Give me just one moment, guys. I'm coming right back. Hang on. Let me see if I can find anything else out about the Tel Aviv thing. Hold on a second. What's going on? Okay, I'm seeing a fall was reported in Tel Aviv. A fall was reported in Tel Aviv, according to one of the Telegram channels I follow. The hot news, let's see. There may be interceptions going on Tel Aviv right now. I mean, you're looking at a Tel Aviv camera right there. I think maybe there were interceptions in Tel Aviv or near Tel Aviv. I'm just checking here. Did something hit the ground there in that area? Yes, again, I'm seeing multiple reports of interceptions seen above the skies of Tel Aviv. A fall is when when something actually hits the ground. So I don't know if anything. There were several launches from Lebanon. It sounds like maybe missiles launched towards, or long-range rockets launched towards the Tel Aviv area. So let me just see what I can find. I'm looking here. Hang on a second here. I-24 News English says that Hezbollah rockets were intercepted over Tel Aviv. I'll give you another report here too. Hillel Biton Rosen with Channel 14 Israel says about five projectiles were launched from Lebanon at the Tel Aviv area, and some of them were successfully intercepted. So I'm seeing reporting of about roughly 5 projectiles launched. I'm just checking various Israeli sources at the moment. The emergency medical service in Israel says let's see. They say no reports of casualties. They went out to places where reports of fallen interceptor parts were received. They treated a number of people who were injured on the way to their protected space and who had anxiety attacks, but no reports of casualties from the projectiles fired from Lebanon at the Tel Aviv area. That is from Magen David Adom, the emergency medical service. All right, hang on one moment. Earlier today, a rocket was fired from Yemen at Israel, I believe at the Tel Aviv area. Yeah, Israel said a surface-to-surface missile set off air raid sirens across central Israel today. And it was a missile fired from Yemen, which they said they intercepted. That's from Reuters. And then we just saw reportedly around 5 projectiles fired towards the Tel Aviv area from Lebanon. A number of interceptions reported, no injuries reported right now. So, keeping you up to date on that. I don't know if it was missiles or rockets or what it was. No, it was the Israeli military said today that there was one missile fired from Yemen earlier today, and that these were fired from Lebanon. What I'll do, maybe I'll leave the Tel Aviv camera up while I'm eating. Would you guys prefer while I'm eating for me to leave the Tel Aviv camera up? I would say odds are not that much is going to happen on that camera, because I could also put Beirut View 2 up. Would you prefer Beirut View 2? I think you're more likely to see things happening on Beirut View 2. I think people are saying Beirut View 2. Yeah, I'll put Beirut. If something's happening in Tel Aviv, I can put it up. But I think it'd be better for you to have Beirut View 2. Which is that. Oops, that's really loud. That's crazily loud. Okay, guys, I need to eat my food. By the way, thank you to our new member, Saved by the Blood of Jesus. Thanks to our new member. I need to eat my food so I can keep bringing you coverage. I'm going to eat my food now. If there's something big that happens while I'm eating, I'll drop my fork and I'll come back immediately. We will have more coverage, I will also give you an update about the hurricane when I am back as well, because there's going to be hurricane updates that come out as well. Hang on, I need to just plug something in. Hold on. Let me take my headphones out. But yeah, we're going to continue the coverage. I'll have more hurricane updates for you, and obviously we'll be covering what's going on here. Hang on, I just took out my headphones. All right, so give me a little bit. I'm going to go eat my food so I can stay on the air. Hey, a little heads up to our viewers. You know, I'm seeing a bunch of posts today where people are getting it wrong. Somebody just said Department of State briefing now. No, it's not now. It's not live. We already showed it. Somebody said there was a Pentagon briefing. Please, before you post in the chat that there's something live going on, make sure it's live, because a lot of people are posting stuff today that they think is live, and they're probably watching it somewhere and it's not live. I can guarantee you the Department of State press briefing is not live, because we literally showed it 2 hours ago. So again, please check on that stuff before you post it in the chat. Okay, so I'm going to go eat now, but again, I'll run back in if something big happens while I eat. Otherwise, I'll come in after. All right? So appreciate our moderators, and I'll leave the feeds on for you, and I'll keep an eye on what's going on while I'm eating. People said they saw a flash. Some people said they saw a flash under camera 2. What is the what's the time code? Do you guys have a time code for that? Do you have a time code? No flashes? Yes. If you have a time code, I can replay it for you. Small, flare up from old smoke, 11:38:07. I missed the flash, big booms. That's the old thing. (11:38:07). I just played that. I didn't see it. I'm playing it right now. I don't see it. Is it a flare up from before? Is it maybe the area before that just flared up, guys? Maybe. Oh, I saw it. I saw it. Watch. I'll show you right now. Here, watch. Watch this. Right here. Right in here. Watch this. 11:37:53. Right there. I don't know what that was. Right here. Right here. Right here. Right here. Right here. I don't know if that was an explosion or what. Right there. Okay. Let me go eat. I'm gonna eat, but thanks for letting me know. I don't know what that was. I'm gonna go eat. I'll keep an eye on it. I'm just refreshing the main camera. Oh, I just refreshed it. I don't know if the main camera was frozen, but it's working now. Sorry about that, guys. Somehow the main camera became frozen, but I just refreshed it for you. Hey guys, there are a couple of rocket alerts right now, which are, I'll show you. They are in northwest Israel. I do not have a northwest camera right now. I don't have a northwest camera available at the moment. I am finishing up eating. I'm finishing up. If you give me a few minutes, I'll be back. Okay? So give me a few minutes. I'm coming back shortly, and I'll continue the coverage. Hello, everyone. We are back. Let me get my headphones back on. Thanks for your patience. I have now eaten, which is good. Hey, a quick thanks to Miriam Lorenza, our new member, and JD78 for your support. And thanks, JD, for shouting out the mods. Thanks, Chad Baker, our new member. Thanks to Audrey M for the gift memberships. So nice of you, Audrey M. Thank you also, PVC, for your support. Thank you, PVC. Thanks for shouting out the moderators. All right, we're bringing you live coverage. By the way, in case you didn't hear, I posted about it on my X account, but the Hurricane Milton is now 180 miles an hour, max sustained winds. There actually is a National Hurricane Center update coming up in about 20 minutes. So I think when it happens, I'm going to play the National Hurricane Center live update for you guys. Again, that's in about 20 minutes. So that hurricane is supposed to hit the west coast of Florida on Wednesday. So anyways, we'll have some more about that in a few minutes, because I'll play the update for you. Regarding this, oh, there's a new rocket alert right now. A new rocket alert right now. I think, yes. Northwest. I do not have a camera there. New rocket alert in northwest Israel, right near the border. Right near the border. That is the SOFAR interactive map, which you can find online. It's a very good map. TZOFAR. So let me see if I get any updates about those rockets there. The IDF just posted about it. Sirens sounded in Rosh Hanikra and Betzet, northern Israel. Yeah, I don't have the west border shot right now. I just have the east border shot. If I had the west border shot, we probably could see something. But not on the east border shot. No, you don't have to have a VPN to use the SOFAR map. The SOFAR map you can access from anywhere. When Israel might launch its response to Iran, I have no idea. Could be tonight. It could be some other day or some other night. A couple hours ago, there were a number of Israeli strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. I should change the headline now because those happened a while ago. I'm going to say that. Chappie thinks it will be at night. It is now October 8th, so it is no longer the anniversary of the October 7th attack in Israel. They had a bunch of commemorative activities. Will they retaliate? Yeah, I think they will. They have said numerous times they will. Yeah, Iran's time zone is really 30 minutes later. That's the way it is there. That is the way it is in Iran. It's 30 minutes later. Thank you to Allie B on Tennessee. She thought she noticed a blue light. A blue light? A while back? Sometimes you get some strange looking lights on the cameras. I'm looking right now, Allie B. I'm not really seeing anything. I'm looking. Oh, it's in the corner. It's kind of hard to see. It's kind of hard to see. I mean, it's pretty small. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I can't say. Could it have been a car or something? Anyways, it's a light of some sort. I'm sorry I can't do better for you, Allie B, on that. If you want to look at it, she said it's at 11:51:18 on the top camera. You can look at it yourself. 11:51:18. You know, sometimes these some weird looking lights come up, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on them, you know, because I don't know what they are. I mean, it's one thing if it's a giant explosion or something like that, but you can go check it out. In a few minutes, there's going to be a National Hurricane Center live update about the hurricane. So we'll watch that while we're covering this. I haven't heard anything tonight about new restrictions on flights in Iran. You know, last night for a few hours, Iran had closed all of its airports. Then they opened them up again after a few hours. I haven't heard anything about that tonight. See if I have any other updates for you. Give me just a moment here. No current evacuation warnings in the Beirut suburbs. Just checking for updates here. Told you about this before. We read you the warning. This is from AP. Israeli military warns people to stay off Lebanon's coast ahead of operations. The Israeli military says it will soon launch operations on Lebanon's southern coast, about 35 miles of coast, telling residents to stay off beaches and out of the sea. The Israeli army told fishermen and people using any kinds of boats not to sail along an area up to 22 miles north, they say, 22 miles north of the Israeli border. It also said people should not be on the beaches along the coast from the Israeli border all the way up to the southern Lebanese port city of Sidon. Oh, no, Sidon is further than 22 miles. Sidon is further. Yeah, Sidon's like 35 miles from the coast. From the border, I'm sorry, from the border. The army warned that people who go to the coast or who use boats will be putting their lives in danger. Jason Carlton said, I find this warning a little strange. Yeah, I don't know what is going to come after that warning. Israel has also warned dozens and dozens, have ordered dozens and dozens of villages and towns to evacuate in southern Lebanon. I don't know what's going to come from that or what that's leading to. We've shown you that before. This is from yesterday from the Institute for the Study of War, right here, understandingwar.org. Everything in yellow is an Israeli evacuation warning area. The Litani River, you can see the key down here, but this is like about 18 miles. So you have you have a bunch of areas up here in yellow. You can't even see them all. But all of these areas in yellow have been told they have to evacuate to the north. Why is that? I don't know. I don't know what Israel's got planned. I'll post a link to that article if you want to see the map. Steve Reason thinks there's going to be an amphibious landing coming up. Dark Kalak says maybe they'll do a land incursion there. Well, they'd have, you mean like move their current incursion much further? Thanks to Melody Aceves for your support. And Keith says, you think you will do coverage on the hurricane this week? Yeah, I'll probably do some coverage of the hurricane. You know, it's just, it's hard because this is going on and that's going on. I've been giving updates on this stream, you know, so maybe as we get closer, I'll do more coverage of the hurricane. I mean, the other thing is that, you know, there's probably lots of different outlets covering the hurricane. You know, so there's probably a lot more places you can get hurricane coverage. But maybe we'll do some dedicated. I've been doing regular updates during our coverage here, but you know, I can't. There's a limit, so I have to kind of pick and choose. So maybe as we get closer, I'll do more hurricane coverage. I mean, I understand it's really important, but you know, I just have to figure it out. And as James points out, we are 2 days away from the hurricane hitting Florida. But I mean, I'm obviously keeping an eye on it, and I think it's really important. And we are going to be showing you the live update from the NHC in about 5 minutes or so. Why is the camera moving? The camera, what is a plane coming in or out? Thank you again, Keith. Thank you, Keith. So probably at some point we'll do some dedicated hurricane coverage probably. The National Hurricane Center live update is supposed to be in like 1 minute, so I'm just keeping an eye out for that. Top camera is moving too. Thank you also, Brienne, our new member. Give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment here. The National Hurricane Center is not live yet. I want to show you they're live when they start. Michael Wilson thinks it's really quiet tonight, too quiet. You know, again, they just had a very emotional day there in Israel. It was just the October 7th anniversary. There were all kinds of ceremonies and events marking the day. So it's been a heavy day in Israel. Camera moving now again. Why, I'm not sure. Here's the airport. But you never know from moment to moment with all of this, what's going to happen. They have still not started. They are over on National Hurricane Center, waiting for their live. Reuters says the Israeli military has described its ground operation in Lebanon as localized, limited, and targeted, but it has steadily increased in scale since it began last week. No National Hurricane Center briefing yet. Still waiting. Still waiting for it. Oh, was there another IDF statement? Hold on. The IDF said as of 11 p.m. tonight, Israel time, approximately 190 projectiles had been fired by Hezbollah from Lebanon. Seems like that's a lot of days. It's around 200 projectiles. So they're still able to fire those projectiles. Mostly rockets. Thank you, NMCT, for your support. Yeah, NMCT, I mean, the last week or so, it seems like every night there's been some airstrikes at night on, I mean, there's airstrikes around the country, but definitely in the southern suburbs of Beirut, although not as many tonight as some nights. Sometimes you see them during the day, too. Nicolina says they might be letting them fire them and then scan all the places they are firing from. Waiting for the National Hurricane Center briefing coming up. Camera moving. Oh, you know, I should read you this thing about Israel adding more troops in Lebanon. I think they posted about that. The 91st Division began targeted, limited, and localized operations in southern Lebanon, says the IDF. Yesterday, Sunday, the soldiers of the 91st Division began localized and targeted operational activity in southern Lebanon. After almost a year of operational activity in the northern arena in the Gaza Strip, over the past 2 weeks, reserve brigades have been called up to train and improve readiness. Since the beginning of the war, the 91st Division has conducted a significant amount of offensive and defensive operations in order to degrade and strike the Hezbollah terrorist organization and its infrastructure in southern Lebanon. So I don't know where have they been. Sounds like that's not new that they're being used. I have to read some more about that. I'm a little confused about that. The Wall Street Journal said Israel said it had deployed a new division of soldiers in the ground offensive. Yeah, so Manny Fabian posted this. The IDF announces its Galilee Regional Division, 91st Galilee Regional Division, began ground operations last night in southern Lebanon, joining 2 other divisions already operating there. The division is normally responsible for the entire Lebanon border area. So getting more, and they show troops, I guess, crossing the border. Looks like. They're wearing backpacks? That's video provided by Israel. Is National Hurricane Center live yet or not? Oh, they're live. Hold on. National Hurricane Center. I'm going to start at the beginning. Hold on. National Hurricane Center right now. Let me play you this. I'm going to play you the National Hurricane Center update. Oops. I'm going to turn off the other sound. They just started, so I'll just start at the beginning.
Back tuning in, haven't spy. Welcome back, everyone. This is a 5 p.m. update on Hurricane Milton. Now, if you're just tuning in and haven't seen the information that has played out today, let me just bring you up to speed. Milton has undergone a rapid intensification period all day today and is unfortunately now a Category 5 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson scale. So let's look at the current statistics. Maximum wind speeds of 180 miles per hour. Pressure down to 905 millibars, movement to the east at 10. And you know, the question everybody wants to know is where will Milton go and what sort of impacts it will bring. Generally going to continue moving to the east overnight tonight and then gradually turn towards the northeast on Tuesday and approach the Florida Peninsula on Wednesday. Here you can see just offshore the Florida Peninsula, 1 p.m. Wednesday with max winds of 145 miles per hour. It's then going to move somewhere across the Florida Peninsula, potentially staying a hurricane during its entire trek across the Florida Peninsula and emerge out in the western Atlantic. Now, we've got a lot of changes with this particular advisory, so I'm sort of zoom in here so we can unpack this map for you. So all these colors here are conveying what sort of impacts that you might experience in your community. The cone doesn't tell you that, so let's not focus too much there. Let's focus on this. So the yellow area here is a tropical storm watch, means tropical storm conditions are possible. And look, they extend all the way down now into southeastern Florida, including Miami-Dade and Broward County. The red area here is a hurricane warning. So the warning is different from the watch because it is saying conditions are expected. So what does that mean if you're in this hurricane warning area? So let's zoom in and look closely at some of the towns. Tampa, Cape Coral, Orlando, basically the entire I-4 corridor. You need to be preparing for hurricane conditions. So no more waiting and looking. You need to be securing your home, making sure this is the time to put up your shutters. If you're going to do that, if you're going to leave or evacuate the area, this is the time to do that because this means that conditions are expected generally within 36 hours. Then on the east coast here, the Treasure Coast, you're under a hurricane watch. Portions of this area could be upgraded to a warning at a later time. So you need to be paying attention and stay tuned often, and that includes Jacksonville and Palm Bay. And then finally, you got a tropical storm warning is the blue area here. This area down here is a hurricane watch and a tropical storm warning. But the take-home message is if you're in this red area, you need to be in action mode. You need to be taking action to protect your house, to protect your family. Now, it's not just going to be a wind threat. Let's look at the storm surge threat, too. I think most people know now the Florida West Coast is incredibly susceptible to storm surge, and that's why there is a storm surge warning now in effect from basically Flamingo down here in Everglades National Park all the way up to just north of Cedar Key. That includes Cape Coral, Tampa Bay, Fort Myers, Sarasota. Why is it under a storm surge warning? Because let's look at the peak storm surge forecast. Now, the purple is going to jump off the map here, and it should. Somewhere in this purple area, not everywhere, somewhere in this purple area, we are predicting 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. Put that in perspective, I'm 6 feet tall. That's more than 2 of me high. And if this is realized, that is more surge than was experienced during Helene. So to sort of put that in perspective. On each side of the purple area, including the Cape Coral area, let's see if we can get this one, 6 to 10 feet of storm surge. Still incredibly high storm surge amounts, very impactful. And then even to the north, 5 to 10 feet of storm surge. Look how far south the storm surge makes it all the way down to Chokoloskee area, 4 to 7 feet. Again, I'm 6 feet tall. That could be potentially over my head. And then we've added a new area here on the Florida East Coast or Treasure Coast, potential for 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. But let's talk about this purple area, or this entire colored area on the Florida West Coast, because a number of you are under mandatory evacuation orders, and you're wondering why I'm under a mandatory evacuation order. I'm so far away from the center or so far away from the cone. The evacuation orders are often based off this storm surge forecast, and because we expect Milton to grow in size before it makes landfall, it's going to spread the wind and storm surge impacts well away from the center. So let's not focus so much on where the center may or may not track, because when it comes to what impacts you may feel, that can be incredibly misleading. Now we'll end with one more hazard here, the rainfall. So the rainfall threat, this is the excessive rainfall graphic, which tells you where flooding from rain could occur. So anywhere in this red area, you need to be on high alert for flash flooding potential, even before the hurricane makes landfall, and that includes southeastern portions or metro Miami-Dade portion. So basically, all hazards are in play here. A multi-hazard event, you really have to be thinking about significant widespread power outages for days where the Milton crosses the Florida Peninsula. Significant down trees, significant power outages, maybe the inability to move around for several days. So I'm going to leave you with this. What do you need? Let's think about what do you need to be home and stay home without power for several days. What do you need to be safe? What do you need to be comfortable in those conditions? And I want to urge everyone, if you've been ordered to evacuate, those evacuations orders are serious and you absolutely must follow them. That's it for us. We'll be back with our next video briefing tomorrow at 11:30, but you can get more timely and the latest information at hurricanes.gov.
All right. It's a very scary looking storm. Tampa is one of the most vulnerable metropolitan locations in the United States to storm surge, by the way. So to a hurricane. And very concerning for not just Tampa, but Tampa area and St. Pete, but a bunch of that western coast there. This is a monster storm. So we'll be doing more updates on it, maybe have some coverage, but you just heard the latest from the National Hurricane Center right there. Okay, let me get the audio back on here. Oops, hold on a minute. Hold on a moment. I believe in Tampa, the highest storm surge is 10 to 15 feet, as crazy as that sounds. That's not just for Tampa. It's hang on. Why isn't their site working? It's like the NHC site is like not working. I can't even get on the NHC site right now. Did anybody else try to go to the hurricanes.gov site? Site is down, right? Am I right that it's not working? Yes. Rocket alert. Anyways, too many people try trying to go there. Rocket alert right now. Oh, Kiryat Shimona. Look. We don't have. Look it up here. It's right here. We don't have audio from the audio on this camera is not working today. But you might see an interceptor from there. I bet we'll see an interceptor. There is a rocket alert for Kiryat Shimona, which is where that camera is. Watch. Keep your eyes out right there. I bet we'll see. Well, we might see an interceptor. Again, I'm sorry the audio isn't working on that camera today. I don't have control over the audio. It's just not working. You'd normally hear sirens. I bet there's sirens going off there. But this camera is where the rocket alert is, Kiryat Shimona. Well, I haven't seen one yet. Unless I missed it. Is the hurricane site working now again? Maybe it's working now. Nope, still not working for me. It's coming back. I was just there. Well, we didn't see an interceptor. Well, I'll put that back in the corner anyways. There we go. Ruth says the site is down again. Yeah, I mean, there's probably so many people going to that site. In terms of the storm surge, people asked about the storm surge. Sorry, I can tell you what it is. Yeah, right here. Here's the storm surge map. Let me just take 2 seconds. Here's the storm surge map for people who are wondering. Oops, sorry. Hold on. See, so 10 to 15 feet currently is the biggest, is the current prediction. That's the maximum. So, just to give you a bit of an idea. Then there's 3 to 5 feet at the bottom. Anyways, I'll post a link to this so you can go look at it if you want. I just want to give you a quick update on that. Key West Florida Keys is 1 to 3 feet. I'm actually gonna post the link. I'll post a link right now to that post by NHC Storm Surge. Also, something else to keep an eye on. Somebody mentioned Tropical Tidbits. That's a very good site, and they keep track of the aircraft reconnaissance. So it's not, the plane isn't there yet, but on Tropical Tidbits, they will have live data from the plane going through the storm, telling you more about whether it's strengthened and how much it's strengthened and all that. That's a very good site, Tropical Tidbits. Right now, things in terms of Lebanon, I haven't heard much in the last few minutes. Let me see what what Lebanese media is reporting. So, even like in the last I'm looking here. Yeah, last couple hours, I'm not even seeing much reporting from Lebanese sources about airstrikes in Lebanon. I mean, there's been plenty of airstrikes today in other parts of Lebanon besides what we're seeing right here. Southern Lebanon, Eastern Lebanon. Right now, I'm not seeing much reporting about new strikes, but I'm sure that's going to change. Whether that's just because, they're taking a break, or it was just October 7th, or whether they're planning the Iran thing, who knows? Who knows? I also don't even know if you'll get a heads up about the Iran thing. The Iran thing, maybe Israel doesn't want to do anything to give Iran a heads up. Maybe Israel's not going to be like, okay, everybody, go to your shelters or something like that. Maybe with Iran, Israel will do something, and then you'll just start hearing about it after it's done. I'm guessing Israel's not going to really want to telegraph the Iran thing. Sometimes you hear reporters post about stuff, but I remember when Israel struck back against Iran in April, which was 6 days after Iran launched the attack on Israel. There was no real heads up. I remember because I was on a plane and I was reading about it, and you just started hearing some reports about like maybe explosions in Iran. You just started hearing about it. So there was really no heads up that day it was going to happen. One of our viewers says with Iran it will be tactical in and out. Aleppo says that. Ali B says, I agree. I wouldn't think they would announce it. The big screen seems darker tonight. It's probably because it's just kind of zoomed in. The big camera is zoomed in. See, there's buildings at the bottom, but those are kind of cut off because I think it's just the level of zoom makes it seem darker. Did they ever fix the National Hurricane Center site? I mean, probably too many people logging in. Let's see. The National Hurricane Center site's still not working, because I just tried it again. By the way, just to show you, this is Tropical Tidbits, which is a great site. I encourage you to check it out, Tropical Tidbits, for tropical storm and hurricane stuff and all that. That's the current satellite shot from tropicaltidbits.com. It's really crazy. I mean, that's just symmetrical. That's the cloud temperature. That's the cloud temperature. You're seeing the different colors. That pink is the coldest clouds. Which is not good. You don't want to see that. Stronger storms have the colder cloud colors, the white and the pink. But you just see that round, small eye, and it all is very symmetrical. This is what you do not want to be seeing. So again, you can go to Tropical Tidbits. You can look at that satellite. You can look at weather models. You can look at spaghetti model diagrams. They got all kinds of stuff over there at Tropical Tidbits. So check out that site. That site is working. I can tell you because I'm using it right now. But you can go check that out over there. Oh, I think National Hurricane Center site is working again. Sort of. It's sort of working. Now it seems to be working again. Okay. If you want to go over there, you can go over there. Yeah, I was able to get the storm surge graph at the National Hurricane Center. It's interesting. It does seem, it certainly seems quieter tonight. Again, it's not like I'm hearing about a lot of other airstrikes at the moment. I don't know if that's just kind of a random thing. I don't know if it's because it was just October 7th. Maybe something's going on with Iran. That I don't know. The aftershave aristocrat thinks it's suspiciously quiet. John Lavender thinks this is not normal quiet. One of our viewers, Stefan L., wrote to me about the possibility of Russia helping Iran. Yeah, we've talked about that a bunch. As I've mentioned, I'm sure Russia much prefer having a Russia-friendly theocracy run Iran than regime change in Iran and some more pro-Western regime in Iran. So what would Russia do if they thought that the regime was threatened to try to help it? That I don't know. Militarily, they are involved in their own war against Ukraine after invading Ukraine. So I would think their amount of military support would be limited. Chad Baker thinks it's eerily quiet. Red Squirrel says they're tied down in Ukraine. Matthew Schumacher thinks Russia does not have the ability to send help. They are sourcing ammo elsewhere. They are running out of equipment. Now, it's possible, now something else to keep in mind. I don't have, the sound on the border camera isn't working. Maybe if the sound on this camera were working, we'd be hearing lots of booms, right? Because, this, again, the sound on that border camera is just, for whatever reason tonight, it's not working. But I will also say I have not been hearing reports of intense fighting on the border the last couple hours. Maybe there is. Maybe there is. But, you know, the Lebanese news channels, they report when there are airstrikes in Lebanon. They do, all the time. And they haven't, the last couple hours, really said much about it. Insurgent Wrath thinks it seems oddly quiet. Haystack Sniper says spookily quiet. There are some planes flying over Iran. It's not many, but there are planes. The airspace is not closed. There are some planes over their airspace. Looks like, you know, some airliners there making their way. I don't know how busy it would be there anyway, normally at 2 in the morning. I thought I was going to sneeze, but I did not. Yeah. Rob Zilla says, could it be quiet indicating they're shifting their focus to Iran? Beats me. And even the strikes, we saw several strikes in south of Beirut a few hours ago, but it wasn't like a huge group of strikes. Maybe 5 or 6 in like an hour or something. Thank you, Laura, for your support. Hey, thank you, Laura. It's very kind of you. Thanks also for shouting out our moderators. Thanks to WEFR AM 1700 for being a member. Thanks to Aleppo Gambit for gifting a membership. Thank you, Matthew Bradford on the east coast of Florida. Stay safe in Florida. No, there's been, people keep talking about it. There has been no reporting from any kind of reliable source, whatsoever that Iran did a nuclear test recently. Iran has not done a nuclear test in the last few days, okay? You'd be hearing about it from more reliable sources. John Turpin says Israel may be planning to strike at Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, and Iran at once with Western partners. First of all, I don't know that they'd want to complicate things by striking anyone besides Iran at once. But also, yeah, I don't know that any partners would want to be involved. I don't think the Western partners are happy with the idea of Israel, conducting some powerful response. So I can't say. I don't know how much Israel is talking to the U.S. about what it's planning on doing. It's a good question. Might the U.S., provide some, say, intelligence assistance, but not publicly to say they provided assistance? I don't know. Thank you, John, for writing in. John Turpin. Okay, I can remove my post. About the National Hurricane Center. National Hurricane Center site now working again. So I've deleted previous post. Thank you to Mark Natividad, our member, our new member. Camera moving a bit. on a second. Hold on. Hang on. Tycho says something may be happening. Thanks, Yeshua Melech, for your support, and Flanzy, our new member. Interesting. So it's a good question. You know, it certainly seems like tonight there's less military activity being reported tonight. Again, is that just because Israel just had October 7th? I'm sure a lot of people were busy with that. Or is there some operational reason that we don't know? Could there be something going on with the Iran retaliation? Maybe I'll ask a poll. We already did the poll of whether people thought that Israel would strike at Iran tonight. So we did that. Then a little more than half, I think, said no on YouTube, and about 60% said no on Twitch. So we already did that. I'm seeing a report of an explosion in Isfahan, Iran, unconfirmed. That is from Hot News on Telegram, which is an account I follow, an Israeli news account. That's completely unconfirmed. Completely unconfirmed. Totally unconfirmed. But that's not an account that like is constantly making up stuff. I haven't seen it anywhere else. Haven't seen it anywhere else at this point. Nowhere. You know what can happen is yeah, I mean, what'll happen now is somebody will say it on social media, and then everybody will repeat that from everybody else. So I'm just not seeing it widely reported at this point. But I'll certainly keep my eyes on things. You know what? Give me one moment here. Just need like a minute. Does seem kind of quiet though. No, I'm not taking a meal break. I'm done with. I already took my meal break. I already ate. Just give me 1 minute. I need 1 minute. We're going to keep our coverage going. So is something happening? Is something up? Or is it just kind of a little quieter than it normally is? Or it has been for several days. I don't know. Give me 1 minute, guys. I'm coming right back in 1 minute. Thank you for your patience, everyone. One of our viewers sent me something. Yeah, Jacob Victor sent me this from Faytux News, who keeps up with the latest reports about what's going on in the Middle East. Faytux says, seeing a lot of telegrams report Israel strikes in Iran. This is not true. Stop sending me it. Yeah, I mean, I have not seen anything reliable saying there are strikes going on in Iran right now. I don't know what's going on in Iran right now, but I know I haven't seen anything I'd consider reliable saying that. If I do, I'll let you know. Again, I'm keeping an eye on it. If I see other stuff, I will certainly let you know. Hey, Richard Foley, that's incredibly generous of you. Thank you so much, Richard Foley, for all your support. Richard Foley, thank you. I follow a bunch of like Arabic language news accounts and stuff, and no one said anything. Thank you, Marco, SRBAO2. That's so nice of you, Marco. Thank you. Marco is in, hold on, I forget. In Serbia, I believe Marco is. Thank you, Marco. Marco from Serbia. Kind of a quiet, kind of a strangely quiet night at the moment. Thank you so much, Joseph Fiorentino. Thank you, Joseph. Very nice of you. Thanks for shouting out our moderators. Thanks to all of our moderators for being here. Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev on Twitch. Over on Facebook, Raven, Lynn, Christina Neal, K. Lowry Body, Ronald Egnor. Thanks to Diane Allworth and Robert Rial II for subscribing over there. Sarah55 on YouTube. Havasu Mom, thank you. Ruth Krafasi, Jessica S., Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thanks to all of our moderators. Thanks NMCT as well, and Jim R, our new member. Is it kind of just randomly sort of quiet for a little bit, or is it for a reason? Guys, I can't tell you. See, there's people on social media repeating each other's claims. There's a couple people claiming that there were explosions in Iran. I don't see that as reliably sourced, and then everybody repeats everybody else's claims. So again, I've seen nothing I would consider reliable at the moment. It's just people are repeating other people. I see everybody sharing around like the same photograph. Thanks to Russell Bach as well. And Jan, thank you. And Gordon, thank you. Thanks also to Kieran Wilson. Nope, I will not remove the banner. I am not removing the banner for the channel. The banner and the headline stays. Thank you also, Gemini Rose 55. Very nice of you. Gemini Rose 55, thank you. Was there a flash? Did you guys, where did you see the flash? On the border camera? A flash on the border camera? Is that where you saw it? I missed it. I thought maybe I saw something. Was it on the border camera? I mean, it might just be, it might be an airstrike on the border camera. As I mentioned, the border camera audio is not working tonight, unfortunately. So there may be like booms on the border camera that we just can't hear. People said they saw it on the. Oops, sorry, the volume on. I thought I went where people told me. I didn't see it though. Oh, no, no, no. It was on the big camera. It was on this camera. I'll show you guys. I missed it. I don't know what that was. I mean, I don't. I mean, it looked like maybe some sort of strike or something. Hold on. Look right here. Watch on the left side of your screen. See the left side of your screen right there. Look at that. Looks like a strike. Let me see if it's reported in the Lebanon media. All right, looked like a strike to me. I haven't seen anything reported yet about it in Lebanese media. They normally will say, hey, there's a new airstrike. Nothing yet. Guys, please stop sending me completely every day. Do we have to do this every single stream where you start sending me completely unsourced reports where somebody just says on social media this happened? Please stop sending that stuff to me. How many times does this have to happen? Last night it was Beirut airport is closed. Well, it was never closed. A week ago it was big helicopter crash in Iran. Well, there was no big helicopter crash in Iran. I mean, how many of these do we have to go through where you start getting a little skeptical? Now, something could happen in Iran tonight. I don't know. It could. But it's just, come on, guys. If I see something more than completely unconfirmed rumors on social media that are not citing anything, if I see something more than that, I'll definitely let you know. I will definitely let you know. Now, everybody, now this is what happened. All these social media accounts, some social media accounts say it, and then other social media accounts say reports. But it's just, they're just saying the original, they're just referring to the original social media accounts who didn't even say where they heard about things. Now, again, I do think it's interesting that it seems fairly quiet tonight, unlike it's been the last number of days. So, who knows? Hold on a second here. Thunder MTA thinks the reason there aren't bombings in Lebanon is that something is happening in Iran. Well, we'll have to see what comes out. The hot news from Telegram, which I mentioned to you before, they say there is no reference in Iranian media to these reports. Levi Cowan with Tropical Tidbits just posted saying, according to new Hurricane Hunter data, Hurricane Milton has strengthened further and may have a central pressure below 900, an extremely rare feat for an Atlantic hurricane. Levi is the one who does the Tropical Tidbits website, which is really good, where you can get all kinds of information about the hurricane. He says a weak secondary wind max is trying to develop but is not asserting itself yet, so an eye wall replacement cycle is not yet actively occurring, but we could see one overnight. So the pressure, you can see the red line is below 900. Wow. From Tropical Tidbits, here is the satellite, crazy satellite shot of the hurricane. You can get this at tropicaltidbits.com. Tropicaltidbits.com. Look at that. Crazy, 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 crazy. Guys, I have no Iran cameras. I pretty much have never ever had Iran cameras. I don't anticipate having any Iran cameras. Maybe if there's a funeral or something once in a while I would, but no. I don't have any. I don't anticipate having any. Roy Case, thanks to our viewer who mentioned this, Chandra G mentioned, Roy Case, Israeli reporter, says, the Iraqi Sabreen news agency close to Iran denies there is an attack in Iran. Also, other sources in Iran, he says, deny that there was a penetration of airspace by enemy planes. For whatever that's worth. Jason Brodsky says pro-Iranian Revolutionary Guard Sabreen News denies an attack on Iran. There are some claims about military exercises happening in the area. Roy Case, Israeli reporter, says, based on what he knows right now, as of what we know right now, there is no Israeli attack in Iran. I think everyone is so ready for there to be an Israel strike that they just pass around everything. It's 2 a.m. 2 a.m. local time, Israel. 2:05. 2:07 actually. Sebastian thinks the response won't happen until no one is ready anymore. PW360, thank you, mentioned that Fatux News mentioned that there's an update in the New York Times They posted an article tonight, a little while ago, about the possibility of Israel targeting Iran's nuclear sites. One thing the New York Times said in their new article is they said a number of former and current senior Israeli officials said there are doubts whether Israel has the capability to do significant damage to Iran's nuclear facilities. Also, officials told the New York Times, who knows if this is true, that it's likely Iran's first retaliation will focus on military bases and perhaps some intelligence or leadership sites. And they're reporting that it's initially unlikely Israel will initially go back. It's unlikely that Israel will initially go after the nuclear facilities. That's what the New York Times is claiming. They're claiming that Israel seems to have reserved those targets for later if Iran escalates. For whatever that's worth. The article talks about how, also, given Russia's need for Iranian drones and weaponry, Russia could help Iran make progress towards building a nuclear bomb. NBN Lebanon says Qatam al-Anbiya air defense base in Iran denies reports of explosions in the city of Isfahan. Okay? So Lebanese news outlets say that Qatam al-Anbiya air defense base denies reports of explosions in the city of Isfahan. Just so you know. Thank you so much to Dank Comments. Dank Comments, thanks for your support. Also, Back Garden Astronomy. who thinks IDF will be in and out of there before news even breaks. Thanks, Back Garden Astronomy. Thank you also, JD63, for the gift membership. So nice of you, JD63. Thanks, Bill Fisher, for being a member and all your support. Nick Blackbird, thank you. Jagged Glass, our member, thank you. Mark Westbrook, thanks so much, Mark Westbrook. Also, Red Squirrel, who says he's thinking of the hostages and their families and the victims of October 7th. Thank you, Red Squirrel. Thank you also, James Yeomans. Thank you so much, James, for your support, James Yeomans. Corrine Amos, thank you, Corrine. Gemini Rose 55. And Lupin. Lupin says the supposed explosions in Iran, if there are any, by the way, could be related to Iran military drills, since they announced a NOTAM for operational reasons. Thank you, Lupin. Thank you also, Jacob Witten, our new member. Thank you. Meteorologist Bill Cairns thinks in the 8 p.m. update, Hurricane Milton might be 185 miles per hour. Eric Webb, who is a government meteorologist, he says that some readings recently taken by a drop sonde, which is it's like a disposable weather reading device, weather measuring device. I think they dropped them from the hurricane hunters. He said that this new reading from the Hurricane Hunter shows that Milton is a top 5 all-time strongest Atlantic hurricane, because the pressure is around 897. He says it's the strongest Atlantic hurricane in nearly 20 years. Definitely, I think of the last week, maybe more, the quietest night at this hour. I mean, in terms of both what's going on in the southern suburbs of Beirut, I'm not hearing a lot of reports from Lebanese media of other airstrikes going on in the country at this point. It's interesting. By the Sea thinks it's strangely quiet. Hey, thanks, by the way, to NGAMTMTNS, who said there is a tanker that was over the Iraq area last night, too. People are tracking the Hurricane Hunter on Flight Radar 24. Yeah, so like there's this U.S. Air Force plane, I guess, over Iraq. Again, with the flight radar stuff, I don't know. There's military planes flying around every day. So no one who I follow who knows about this stuff has said there's anything like really standing out on the flight radar as different and important to them. So if there is, I'll let you know. But I will say you can actually on Flight Radar 24 look at the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. There it is. See, it's right off the coast of Mexico. Where's weather? Can I get the weather? I don't know if I can. Current weather on. Is there a satellite function here? Let's see. Australian radar. I don't think the radar clouds. Ah, there it is. There you go. So there's the Hurricane Hunter aircraft right there, guys, on Flight Radar 24. Brian Stacks thinks it's not unusual for a tanker to be over Iraq. There it is, the NOAA aircraft right there. Anyways, you can see it moving. No, all the guys, there's no reliable reports about any kind of attack going on in Iran right now. Al Jazeera reports about an Israeli strike in the Gaza Strip. I'm considering ending earlier than we normally do and doing a stream on the hurricane. I'm thinking about it. I mean, it's hard with the Israel stuff because you don't know when, not with the Middle East stuff, because you just don't know when stuff is going to happen, right? There could be a bunch of new stuff that happens in 15 minutes. You just never know, you know? You just don't know. Yeah, I could end this and then take a little break, and then do a stream after on the hurricane. Well, it's not about competing. It's about, I don't care about competing with people. It's just about it would be nice to do some coverage of the hurricane because it's a big story. You know, so. And there's not a lot to report on with this right now. As our viewer, the Prepared Ranch said, you know, also the Israel-Lebanon border camera is not working with no sound on that camera tonight. So we might normally hear a bunch of, you know, fighting sounds on that camera, but it's not. We don't have the sound on that camera tonight. The other thing I could do is I could take a break and then do a stream where I cover the hurricane and also, you know, do Middle East updates kind of thing. I could do that. It's just you don't know. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with the stuff in the Middle East. So I might do that. I might take a break and then come back and then and maybe do a stream where I talk some about the hurricane and I can also talk about the Middle East too. You know, like a combination thing. We can do a little coverage tonight where we can talk about both. Did Press TV say something? Anyways, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that. I think that might be the best idea. That might be the best idea. By the way, thanks to Jacob Whiten and Kathy Jimenez, our members, our new members. Yeah, I think that might be the best idea. All right, why don't we do that? Why don't we do that? Why don't we do that? So my plan is, as crazy as this sounds, my plan is to take a break, maybe have a little snack, and then do a stream where we talk about the hurricane, but we can also do Middle East updates too. And also, if I take a break and then 10 minutes later there's some huge Middle East news, then we'll just do another Middle East stream. Nothing is stopping me from doing another Middle East stream, you know, guys. I just think, given that we don't know what's going to happen, if it ends up being a little quieter, then why not cover a little hurricane stuff? That's my thought. That's my thought. Okay? Let's do that. Let's do that. So I'm not going to do a big, long goodbye because what I'd kind of like to do is just take a break and then come back and do another stream. So let's kind of do this relatively fast. I do appreciate everybody watching. And subscribe and follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. You can follow me for updates on X when I'm not on the air, which is @Lookner, right? @Lookner on X. Follow me there. Shout out to our moderators who are incredible. Make sure you thank the moderators. Really appreciate it. We couldn't have chat rooms. There would be no chat rooms without our moderators. It'd be unbelievable in there. So they're the best. Over on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev, all of our other Twitch mods. Also, I owe a thank you to Star Shrimps. I owe a couple thank yous on Twitch. I'm bad. Sweetums and Star Shrimps and Xenia Lice. Thanks for your support on Twitch. I neglected to thank them before. Xenia Lice, Star Shrimps, and Sweetums. Okay, hold on a second. Also, our YouTube moderators, Jessica S., Ruth Krafasi, Sarah 55. Now that's all messed up. Why is that all getting messed up? Hold on. See, I was trying to do this quickly and I slowed down. There we go. All of our YouTube moderators there, thank you. All of our other ones who've been there. Also, thanks to our new member, AMH, and our new member, Lindsay Untitled. Lindsay Untitled, thank you. And Paul Langeal, thank you. And Turned Off, thanks for your support. Linda Belk and Larry over there on X, on Facebook. Kay Larry Body, Beth Shepard, Ronald Egnor, Margaret Riley, Raven Lynn, thank you. Christina Neal. Thanks to everybody who donated. Super nice of you guys. Amazing. You're the ones who allow this channel to exist with your support, so huge thanks to you. I owe a thank you to Kieran Wilson. Oh, no, Kieran, I did not take any offense. No offense taken. Kieran, people ask about the banner once in a while. I wasn't upset, Kieran. I hope Kieran's still watching. I'll write Kieran back. Thank you, Kieran, for your support. Yeah, if you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks to you for supporting the channel, letting the channel exist, letting me buy footage and all that stuff. Quick shout out. So again, the plan is I'm going to take a little break now, and I'm planning on coming back. I hope I don't regret this, and doing another stream where we talk about the hurricane. But we can talk about Middle East stuff during that stream too. Obviously, if there's big Middle East stuff, I'll just forget about the hurricane stream and come on and cover that. So it's not going to be the case that I'm sitting there covering the hurricane when there's some huge Middle East stuff going on. We'll cover that. That'll get first priority because hurricane's 2 days away. But let me just take a break and go do that. Really quick, I want to shout out our subscribers on Facebook, like Eve Richards and Robert Rial II and Diane Allworth, Kay Lowry Body, Beth Shepard, Ronald Egnor, Margaret Riley, all of our subscribers over there. Huge thanks. YouTube, Twitch subscribers like Shaggy, Wall Street. Sign up for our notifications. We have a free notification system. Sign up. It's easy. You sign up once, you get sent a notification every time. It works awesome. Make sure you sign up for those. The mods will post the link in the chat to the free notifications. Night Owl, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Chi-Town Bear, Ginger X 88, Integrity Farmer Bob. Orange Fly, Ranger 910, Just Another Scrub, Vic Blau, Scott for Mayor, Ghost of Ned Martin, Rocky Coast, Sparkling Juices, all of our Twitch subscribers, thank you. Much appreciated. Hamburger 40, They Call Me Taj, Old Man Yells at Clouds, Holistic, thank you. Al Yatsion, Ranger 910. All of our YouTube members, shout out to you. Jose Gonzalez, Kayla Renee, ESE for Verdade, Jesse's Girl, Eric Johnson, Jan VP, Zinkman, DJ Rob, John Lavender, Lucky Minute, Catch 22, Kelly McAllen, Storm Thrower, Jesse's Girl, Mr. Showtime, Marty Hagwood, Otis Fats, Jorge M, Zinkman, Eric Johnson, Catch 22, Daughter Himnar, Count Catchula, haha, Atomic A, DJ Rob, Trish, Texas, Cax 813, GNX RLY, all of our members, thank you. All right, so let me do that, guys. Again, that is my plan right now. It's to take a bit of a break, to come on the air, and to do a hurricane update where we can also talk about the Middle East. If there's huge Middle East news, I'll just come on and cover that, okay? So that, I think, is the right call right now. But I'll be watching for what's happening. Yeah, I'm just not seeing stuff about Iran right now that suggests that much is going on there at the moment. Oh, also, guys, all right, well, I don't even want to mention this. Again, I just am not seeing anything suggesting there's anything really big going on in Iran. But if there is, we can come back on and cover it. All right, let me go take a break. Let me take a break. My plan is to come back in a bit and do some more streaming. All right? Maybe in like an hour, or so. Hour or so. I just got to take a little bit of a break. Okay, so I'm wrapping this up now. And I appreciate you watching, and I'll see you guys in a bit, okay? All right, thank you. I'll see you in a bit with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.